walk through snow, through blood, through fire, bound by fate, by oath, desire. No turning back, no path to save, only glory or the grave. Hear the drums beneath the sky, brothers, this is where we die. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone. Steel and fire in our soul. We were born for this war. Ash and frost upon our skin. War begins, let chaos in. Shields collide and axes scream. Death is closer than it seems. I'm falling slow, but hearts burn bright. We become the storm tonight. Step by step into the flame, carving legends in our name. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone. Blood and honor in our veins. We will rise again. Raise your voice into the storm. Let the ancient gods be warned. We are sons of endless night, forged in war, reborn in fight. Hear the wolves, they run with us. Hear the thunder, feel the crush. Every step the earth will shake. Every breath the world will break. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the fire, through the cold. No fear left in our eyes. Only war, only pride. We do not kneel, we do not break. We do not run from what we take. If we fall, we rise again. In the halls beyond our pain, fire fades, but we remain. In the songs, in the slain, every warrior knows the way. Death is just another day. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we are reborn. From the blood and from the war, we are legends evermore. Snow will cover what we were, but our names will always burn in the wind, in the night. We still march, we still fight. Kallar, blóð og hjálm standa saman.
Fjölgráta undir fótum.
Óðinn sér oss í myrkri. Rópa ver til Valhallar sterður, rísa skellur, brotnar frost, bítur hold og bein en hjarta brennur sem eldur.
Valhöll rísur yfir oss, föður rödd leiðir oss í dauða
leipa með oss, eigi látum sver, nátt því dauði var mínur. Blóð á snæ, rauður veg, skref fyrir skref, engin leið tilbaka. Bræður falla en rísa í söguna, þeirra lifir að eilífu.
Alveg rísir yfir oss, kallaður nafn hvers manns. Í eld og gís ganga til enda þessa heims.
Göngum í snjónum í síðasta sinn. Enginn veit morgundaginn en allir vita endan.
Fætur þungir ís, augun sjá eld.
Í fjarska bíður dauðinn, en við göngum áfram. Óðinn takk mig heim, þar sem bræður bíða, í sal þar sem eldir brenn og sverð syngja.
Must og Valhalla, through snow and bloody cold. No turning back again, our fate is carved in stone. Fánar falla í vindi, en vilji stendur fast. Í hjarta hvers manns býr eilíf senn.
Síðasta skrefið tekið, blóð á hvítum snjó.
Við deyjum sem menn og lifum sem sögur. Must og Valhalla, through fire, through the storm. We rise beyond the end, forever we are born.
Storms rise over frozen land. Cold wind cuts like a blade in hand. We walk through snow, through blood, through fire, bound by fate, by oath, desire. No turning back, no path to save, only glory or the grave. Hear the drums beneath the sky, brothers, this is where we die. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone, steel and fire in our soul. We were born for this war. And frost upon our skin, war begins, let chaos in. Shields collide and axes scream, death is closer than it seems. Falling snow but hearts burn bright, we become the storm tonight. Step by step into the flame, carving legends in our name. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone. Blood and honor in our veins, we will rise again. We will rise again. Raise your voice into the Ancient gods be warned, we are sons of endless night, forged in war, reborn in fight. Hear the wolves, they run with us. Hear the thunder, feel the crush. Every step the earth will shake, every breath the world will break. Valhalla is calling us home, through the fire, through the cold. No fear left in our eyes, only war, only pride. We do not kneel, we do not break, we do not run from what we take. If we fall, we rise again, in the halls beyond all pain. Fight a faith, but we remain. In the songs, in the slain, every warrior knows the way. Death is just another game. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we are reborn. From the blood and from the war, we are legends evermore. Snow will cover what we were, but our names will always burn in the wind, in the night. We still march, we still fight. Göngu í snjónum, í síðasta sinn. Enginn veit morgundaginn, en allir vita endan.
Fætur þungir ís, augun sjá veld. Í fjarska bíður dauðinn, en við göngum áfram.
Óðinn takk mig heim, þar sem bræður bíða, í sal þar sem eldur brennur, og sverð syngja.
Must for Valhalla, through snow and blood we go. No turning back again, our fate is carved in stone.
Fánar falla í vindi, en vilji stendur fast. Í hjarta hvers manns býr eilíf söng.
Síðasta skrefið tekið, blóð á hvítum snjó. Við deyjum sem menn og lifum sem sögur. March for Valhalla, through fire, through the storm. We rise beyond the end, forever we are born.
Kallar blóð og járnir standa saman, fölgráta undir fótum móðins sér og sýnir kríð.
Hvað til Valhalla sverð, rísa skjöldur, brotnar frost, bítur hold og bein, en hjarta brennur sem eldur.
Valhöll rísur yfir oss, fölgur öll leiðir oss.
Í dauða ver finnum líf, í blóði skrifa
cold wind cuts like a blade in hand. We walk through snow, through blood, through fire, bound by fate, by oath, desire. No turning back, no path to save, only glory or the grave. Hear the drums beneath the sky, brothers, this is where we die. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone. Steel and fire in our soul. We were born for this war. Ash and frost upon our skin. War begins, let chaos in. Shields collide and axes scream. Death is closer than it seems. Falling slow but hearts burn bright. We become the storm tonight. Step by step into the flame, carving legends in our name. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone. Blood and honor in our veins. We will rise again. Raise your voice into the storm. Let the ancient gods be warned. We are sons of endless night, forged in war, reborn in fight. Hear the wolves, they run with us. Hear the thunder, feel the crush. Every step the earth will shake. Every breath the world will break. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the fire, through the cold. No fear left in our eyes. Only war, only pride. We do not kneel, we do not pray. We do not run from what we take. If we fall, we rise again. In the halls beyond our pain, fire fades, but we remain. In the songs, in the slain, every warrior knows the way. Death is just another game. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we are reborn. From the blood and from the war. We are legends evermore. Snow will cover what we were, but our names will always burn in the wind, in the night. We still march, we still fight. Fjordmur standa saman.
Fjölgráta undir fótum.
Óðinn sér oss í myrkri. Rópað er til Valhallar sverð, rísa skellur, brotnar frost. Bítur hold og bein en hjarta brennur sem eldur.
Valhöll lyser river oss, rødt leider oss i døgna mer, finnen liv i blålig skriv av
Stormer vaknare, gjør skjelfer, ulfar løypa med oss. Ei åttums vær, nått vi døyder var viner. Blod og snø i røyder ved, skrøffir i skrøfen gløy tilbaka. Brøyder fatla grisa i søgun, affra lyver av døylig
Alle lyser river oss, alla den nattens mans, i eld og is her gamla til enda dessa heims.
Kum i snjónum í síðasta sinn. Enginn veit morgundaginn en allir vita endan.
Fætur þungir ís, augun sjá eld,
Í fjarska bíður dauðinn en ég höndum áfram. Óðinn takk mig heim, þar sem ræður bíða, í sal þar sem eldir brenn og sverð syngja.
Mast og Valhalla, through snow and blood we go, no turning back again, our fate is carved in stone. Fánar falla í vindi, en vilji stendur fast, í hjarta hvers manns býr eilíf senn.
Síðasta skrefið tekið, blóð á fítum skjá.
Við deyjum sem menn og klifur sem sögur. Mast og Valhalla, through fire, through the storm, we rise beyond the earth, forever we are born.
Storms rise over frozen land. Cold wind cuts like a blade in hand. We walk through snow, through blood, through fire, bound by fate, by oath, desire. No turning back, no path to save, only glory or the grave. Hear the drums beneath the sky, brothers, this is where we die. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone, steel and fire in our soul. We were born for this war. Ash and frost upon our skin, war begins, let chaos in. Shields collide and axes scream, death is closer than it seems. Falling snow but hearts burn bright, we become the storm tonight. Step by step into the flame, carving legends in our name. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone. Blood and honor in our veins, we will rise again. Raise your voice into the storm. Let the ancient gods be warned. We are sons of endless night, forged in war, reborn in fight. Hear the wolves, they run with us. Hear the thunder, feel the crush. Every step the earth will shake. Every breath the world will break. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the fire, through the cold. No fear left in our eyes. Only war, only pride. We do not kneel, we do not break. We do not run from what we take. If we fall, we rise again. In the halls beyond all pain. Fire fades, but we remain. In the songs, in the slain, every warrior knows the way. Death is just another game. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we are reborn. From the blood and from the war, we are legends evermore. Snow will cover what we were, but our names will always burn in the wind, in the night. We still march, we still fight. Í snjónum í síðasta sinn. Enginn veit morgundaginn en allir vita endan.
Fætur þungir ís, augun sjá eld. Í fjarska bíður dauðinn, en við göngum áfram.
Óðinn takk mig heim, þar sem bræður bíða, í sal þar sem eldur brenn, og sverð syngja.
Mars, Mars og Valhalla, through snow and blood we go. No turning back again, our fate is carved in stone.
En vilji stendur fast í hjarta hvers manns við eilífsöng.
Síðasta skrefið tekið, blóð á hvítum snjó. Við deyjum sem menn og lifum sem sögur. March, march for Valhalla, through fire, through the storm. We rise beyond the end, forever we are born.
Kallar blóð og gjánir standa saman, fölgráta undir fótum móðins sér oss í myrkri.
Kempað til Valhalla, sverð rísa, skjöldur brotnar, frost bítur hold og bein, en hjarta brennur sem eldur.
Valhöll rísur yfir oss, Stormen vaknar igen, skälver ordfallöpa med oss. Ej åntoms fjärn, och till dig det är varviner.
Låt oss när höjder väg, skräcker släpen i lej tillbaka. Bräder fattla en resa i sögun, nattera livet av livet.
Alla lyser i oss, alla är nattväsmans i eld och is. Med ganga till ända dessa ängs. Storms rise over frozen land. Cold wind cuts like a blade in hand. We walk through snow, through blood, through fire. Bound by fate, by oath, desire. No turning back, no path to save. Only glory or the grave. Hear the drums beneath the sky. Brothers, this is where we die. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone. Steel and fire in our soul. We were born for this war. Ash and frost upon our skin. War begins, let chaos in. Shields collide and axes scream. Death is closer than it seems. Falling slow but hearts burn bright. We become the storm tonight. Step by step into the flame. Carving legends in our name. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone. Blood and honor in our veins. We will rise again.
Look, right here.
Raise your voice into the storm. Let the ancient gods be warned. We are sons of endless night. Forged in war, reborn in fire. Hear the wolves, they run with us. Hear the thunder, feel the crush. Every step the earth will shake. Every breath the world will break. Allah is calling us home. Through the fire, through the cold. No fear left in our eyes. Only war, only pride. We do not kneel, we do not break. We do not run from what we take. If we fall, we rise again. In the halls beyond our pain. Fire fades, but we remain. In the songs, in the slain. still march, we still fight. Kallar, blóð og járnver standa saman.
Fjölgráta undir fótum.
Óðinn sér oss í myrkri. Rópa ver til Valhallar, sverður rísa, skelfur brotnar, frost bítur hold og beinin, hjarta brennur sem eldur.
Valhöll rísur yfir oss, föður rödd leiðir oss í dauða ver. Finnum líf í blóði, strípað er sögur.
Stormur vaknar, jörð skelfur, úlfar laupa með oss. Eigi játum sver, nótt því dauði var rýmur. Blóð á snæ, rauður veg, skref fyrir skref, engin leið tilbaka. Bræður falla, rísa í sögun, aftur að lifir að eilífu.
Valhöll rísur yfir oss, kallaður nafn hvers manns. Í eld og ís er gamla til enda þessa heims.
Við göngum í snjónum í síðasta sinn. Enginn veit morgundaginn en allir vita endan.
Fætur þungir ís, augun sjá eld.
Í fjarska bíður dauðinn en vér göngum áfram. Óðinn takk mig heim, þar sem ræður bíða. Í sal þar sem eldir brenn og sverð syngja.
Mars og Valhalla, through snow and blood we go. No turning back again, our fate is carved in stone. Fánar falla í vindi, en vilji stendur fast. Í hjarta hvers manns býr eilíf sorg.
Síðasta skrefið tekið, blóð á hvítum snjó.
Við deyjum sem menn og lifum sem sögur. Mars og Valhalla, through fire and through the storm. We rise beyond the end, forever we are born.
Storms rise over frozen land. Cold wind cuts like a blade in hand. We walk through snow, through blood, through fire, bound by fate, by oath, desire. No turning back, no path to save, only glory or the grave. Hear the drums beneath the sky, brothers, this is where we die. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone, steel and fire. wind. War begins, let chaos in. Shields collide and axes scream. Death is closer than it seems. Falling snow but hearts burn bright. We become the storm tonight. Step by step into the flame. Carving legends in our name. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone. Blood and honor in our veins. We will rise again. Raise your voice into the storm. Let the ancient gods be warned. We are sons of endless night, forged in war, reborn in fight. Hear the wolves, they run with us. Hear the thunder, feel the crush. Every step the earth will shake. Every breath the world will break. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the fire, through the cold. No fear left in our eyes. Only war, only pride. We do not kneel, we do not break. We do not run from what we take. If we fall, we rise again. In the halls beyond our pain. Fire fade, but we remain. In the songs, in the slain. Every warrior knows the way. Death is just another game. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we are reborn. From the blood and from the war. We are legends evermore. Snow will cover what we were. But our names will always burn in the wind, in the night. We still march, we still fight. Í göngum í snjónum í síðasta sund. Enginn veit morgundaginn en allir vita endan.
Fætur þungir ís, augun sjá eld. Í fjarska bíður dauðinn, en við göngum áfram.
Óðinn takk mig heim, þar sem bræður bíða í sal þar sem eldur brennur og sverð syngja.
Mars, Mars to Valhalla, through snow and blood we go. No turning back again, our fate is carved in stone.
En vilji stendur fast í hjarta hvers manns við eilífsstund.
Síðasta skrefið tekið, blóð á hvítum snjó. Við deyjum sem menn og lifum sem sögur. March, march to Valhalla, through fire, through the storm. We rise beyond the end, forever we are born.
kallar blod och jauner standa saman fullgráta under fótum ser oss i myrkrið.
Hvað til Valhallar sverð rísa sköldur brotnar frost bítur hold og beinin hjarta brennur sem eldur.
Valhöll rísur yfir oss, föður rödd leiðir oss
í dauðaver, finnum líf í blóði strífaðir sögðust.
Stormur vaknar jörður skelfur, úlfar laupa með oss, eigi ótumsbjör, nótt í dauði varvinur.
Blóð og snær, rauður veg, skreffir skrefin í leið tilbaka, bræður falla en rísa í sögun, nafnverða lifir að eilífu.
Hann rísur yfir oss, kallaður nafn hvers manns í eld og ís, hver ganga til enda þessa heims. Storms rise over frozen land. Cold wind cuts like a blade in hand. We walk through snow, through blood, through fire, bound by fate, by oath,
desire.
no turning back, no path to save, only glory or the grave. Hear the drums beneath the sky, brothers, this is where we die. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone. Steel and fire in our soul. We were born for this war. Ash and frost upon our skin. War begins, let chaos in. Shields collide and axes scream. Death is closer than it seems. Falling slow but hearts burn bright. We become the storm tonight. Step by step into the flame, carving legends in our name. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the dark we march alone. Blood and honor in our veins. We will rise Raise your voice into the storm. Let the ancient gods be warned. We are sons of endless night, forged in war, reborn in fight. Hear the wolves, they run with us. Hear the thunder, feel the crush. Every step the earth will shake. Every breath the world will break. Valhalla is calling us home. Through the
Be good.
fire, through the cold. No fear left in our eyes. Only war, only pride. We do not kneel, still fight.
You can see the writing on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Ho! Are you ready for some unindoctrination? I'm Jeffrey Daugherty, the Christian whistleblower. The Christian whistleblower. And we are ready to bring the unindoctrination tonight, wall to wall, treetop tall, coast to coast, border to border, and beyond from an undisclosed location somewhere deep in the heart of America. Here I am. Where you at? Boy, if that don't get your heathen blood rocking, then you probably don't got no heathen blood. I'm just saying, you might be in the wrong place. Or maybe it's the first stirring you've ever heard. Well, get ready. Sunday, we've got Jesus and Moloch, what they never told you. That's not your normal Sunday. Coming up 7 p.m. Central Time. That's 8 Eastern. That's 5 on the West Coast. We hope to see you there. And tonight, your ancestral lore, your bloodline, it's time to awaken it. Let me take a minute just to say hi to the people that are here. We got Bearded Dagger. We got Kylie Dugan. We got Carmen. We got Divine Heathen. We got me. I'm here. We got Kirsten, the Bearded Star. Boom. We got me. I'm here again. I'm just looking at the chat, seeing what's up here. Eye of Panther. Deborah's here. Got your emails, Deborah. Thanks for those. Got a lot of good emails in here tonight. We got a lot to do, but I did want to say hi to everybody. Thanks for showing up, Jay Bing and Smoochy Doochie. Now it's a party. Who else we got? We got Marnie. Here we go. Marnie sent me that which has become this deprogram tonight. So all hail Marnie, my Irish kinswoman. Neb, nice to see you. Matthew Garvin, Emperor Rex. I think I already said Emperor Rex, but that's okay. I can say it more than once. Diane's here. Jackie Fox is here. Philby's here. We got a good house rocking in here tonight. So let's go ahead and get started. Your ancestral lore. Let's do it. Let me go over here and unmute this. Is this still muted? I don't think it's muted. Let me make sure I got my, do I have my, well, you'll tell me if it's muted. I have no doubt about that. And I appreciate it. It used to kind of tick me off, but you know, that's okay. So let's jump into what we've got to do tonight because we got a lot of doing to do, baby. Got a lot of doing to do. I got the nicotine. I got the caffeine. I got the tea. And I got that warrior spirit rocking the house. So we got everything we need. Let's press on. Boom. And this pisses me off with all the illicit, can I say shit? All the illicit shit that's out there. And these stupid people over at the Daily Caller, the Daily Baller, and not in a good way, they're over here saying, oh, they're having a symposium on illicit nicotine. Oh, illicit nicotine. We wouldn't want our people not to be fat. We wouldn't want, I'm going to give her the credit, Marnie. We wouldn't want our people to be slovenly. No, nicotine's bad. That's because it helps optimize you. The Daily Baller, the Daily Squalor, they're hosting Cracking Down on Illicit Nicotine. Crofa, good to see all the shit out there. And the Daily Squalor has got a bitch about nicotine. I'm going to say a bad word right now. They can kiss my ass right in the crack. That pisses me off. They're trying to halt our next. They're going to want to get rid of Rooney's catnip. F them right in the mouth. That's all I got to say. Cynthia's watching, so I got to be a little bit careful. I don't know what's coming up next. I spent so much time on this, I can't even remember.
In 1899, Nikola Tesla spent 3 nights without sleep. What he wrote about those nights was never fully explained. In the summer of 1899, Nikola Tesla was in Colorado Springs. He had built a laboratory capable of generating artificial lightning bolts over 30 meters long. His personal journals from that period, held at the Nikola Tesla Museum in Belgrade, described something that had nothing to do with the official experiments. On 3 consecutive nights in June 1899, Tesla did not sleep. Not because he was working, because he couldn't stop what was happening in his mind. He wrote that during those 3 nights, ideas arrived in a continuous, uninterrupted stream, faster than he could record them. He described the experience as standing inside a river of thought rather than generating individual ideas. In his journal from June 1899, he listed 12 distinct concepts that arrived during those nights. Among them, wireless energy transmission across global distances, the theoretical framework for his magnifying transmitter, and the foundational concept for what would later become radar technology, confirmed by the U.S. Navy in 1943. Tesla wrote that he did not feel tired. He felt, in his own words, as though the boundary between myself and the surrounding energy had temporarily dissolved. He never fully explained what he meant, but what he described, the dissolution of self-awareness, continuous ideation without effort, absence of fatigue, matches a specific neurological state documented in 2019 by researchers at the Max Planck Institute. They identified what they called flow states under sleep deprivation, periods in which the brain, between 60 and 80 hours of wakefulness, enters a state of heightened associative connectivity. In this state, the default mode network and executive control network, which normally oppose each other, briefly synchronize. The result is accelerated associative thinking. The mind generating connections at a rate significantly higher than normal cognition. Tesla's 3 nights in Colorado Springs fall precisely within that 60 to 80 hour window. He recognized what was happening and stayed awake long enough to write down everything it produced. Tesla filed 300 patents in his lifetime. Several of the most significant originated in 3 nights in Colorado Springs in 1899. He never repeated the experience deliberately. He wrote that it wasn't something that could be repeated, only something that could be recognized when and used and when it arrived. The long videos on this channel go much deeper. If you'd like to support this work, you can do so by becoming a member.
I'm glad they put that last part in there because I'm halfway through that video thinking, I'm staying up the next 3 days, right? But they clued me in and said, well, you know, that might not work. But if you want more on that, you can go to this channel too. It's a good one. Or you can also check out our video that we did last Sunday. And that is Jesus and the Christ, the anointed versus the flow. We touched on Melchizedek. We touched on sovereign citizens. So that was a great video. And you can learn about this flow. And I guess the good news is that it doesn't have to be just something you got to stay awake for 3 days to tap into. But when you get out of this idea that the Christ is somebody else, when you get out of this idea that the Christ is someone else and realize that you are the Christ, don't throw knives at me. That's okay. I'll catch them, store them, and use them later. But when you realize that you are the real meaning of the Christ, the anointed, you're in the flow, you've been selected to do the works of divinity, then you don't have to stay up for 3 days to do it. You can tap into it. How about that little rhyme right in there? Maybe I'll do some scratching and some rapping. What do you think? The second coming of Vanilla Ice? I don't know. And I really don't know what's coming up next. So it's kind of fun for me. It's a little surprise.
The first place I went to see what they were doing was Antarctica because like I had to know like.
Okay, I understand this girl is like totally, you know, like a gum snapper, but you know, it's an eyewitness, so just take it with a grain of crack. I mean, a grain of salt, and you know, we got a brother here bringing us some news. I like it.
Why is every president around the world all coming to Antarctica and yet there's a no-fly zone? So there's a couple things there. One, I did see a giant hole in Antarctica that was there. Later, I found out that goes to an inner Earth civilization.
Okay, pause real quick. Beardmore Glacier, that's what it's called. So it's like a massive hole, right?
Yeah, massive
I know
hole.
what you're talking about.
Yeah, many years later, I went back to the hole to go into it to like check out. And I was like, what? They have like a sun down there? Like it's crazy.
What?
Yeah.
So like an artificial sun?
It's an artificial sun.
I mean, China was doing that.
But really, like that time, so I was like maybe 19 years old, and I went to this underground Antarctic base. It looked like nothing from the outside. And so I went in, and this was the only remote view that I had until I tried the military style remote viewing, where I could feel the dampness. So I was going down this hallway, and it was a fully cement, like smooth carved cement, sort of rounded hallway. And there's all these like little rooms, and you can hear screaming. It wasn't very populated. And as I go into these rooms, I'm seeing these soldiers that were on these beds. Most of them were pretty deformed, but they looked like mutants. A genetic experiment.
Well, she started out good. But we're going to cut her off right there. I got more than I expected. I got to tell you the truth. I totally got more than I expected. And she wasn't that bad to look at. I mean, you know. So what's coming up next? Oh, UFO experts warn that mystery craft, it ain't a mystery to me. I know you call me crazy, but they're warning that mystery craft are outmaneuvering the U.S. military in restricted airspace. And Jeremy Corbell, the said UFO expert, says that the instantaneous motion is baffling the entertainment community. Oh, was that Elizabeth April? Oh, yeah. No wonder. I didn't realize it was Elizabeth April. She's been on this channel. And I mean, that just shows you even a blind hot squirrel, or at least semi-hot, because it's my show, Michael. Don't play it on your show. I'm a little cranky tonight. Don't push me. The reason I played it is because it's verification of things that we know. And even a blind squirrel will find a nut now and then. And you're even blinder and nuttier if you don't pick up them nuts or take track of those nuts. Got an ant? There's your answer. Ask us question, get an answer. And as you go on to read this article, it's not just US. It's not just US technology. It's Chinese technology. It's Russian technology. They are all baffled by these mystery craft, which are not a mystery at all. And they are, boom, she's a data point. Thank you very much. It's not our technology. It is not our technology. Oh, you forgot more than this podcast will ever teach? Well, guess what? You can go sit in the corner. We'll give you a chance not to be rude. We'll give you a chance not to be an idiot. And if you can tell more than this podcast will ever teach, then why have I been here for 12 years? Why have I been on Coast to Coast 12 times, maybe 13, I forget. And why are there 50,000 people plus that are subscribed to me? And I'd be surprised if you got 5 subscribed to you. What you got, baby? What you got? Bring it on. I'm ready tonight. Maybe we shouldn't play that video anymore. Maybe I shouldn't do the kettlebell workout right before this. Now, Michael Modeno, you've been placed in timeout. When your timeout is up, if you can come out of the corner and behave, well, then we'll welcome you back in. You just have to be polite and you just have to be interesting. And you were neither one, brah. Neither one. My. And Elizabeth April was on this show once, right, Her Majesty? And she did a pretty damn good job. Do I agree with her? No, not really. Not on everything. But hey, I take the receipts wherever they come from. And yeah, Jay Smith, if the timeouts don't work, I got a ban button. Some of my old fans love the ban a bitch. We don't want to go there. We're trying to be kindler. We're trying to be gentler. But sometimes, well, you know, you got to do what you got to do.
The companies were never told the true origin of the inventions they were developing. Perhaps the most haunting testimony comes from Marion Black Magruder, a legendary World War II ace. In April 1948, Magruder and a select group of pilots were taken to Wright-Patterson. After being shown the debris, they were led down a long corridor to a room with a one-way mirror. Inside, they saw a survivor. Magruder described the entity as 3.5 feet tall, with a thin, squiggly body. Magruder later confided that while the world looked to Wright-Patterson, the true remains and the survivor were moved to vast underground cold storage vaults at Eglin Air Force Base.
Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. And Kylie Dugan with a report on Michael Moreno. She said she was looking at the guy's previous comments. You can't get nothing past Kylie on different videos. And he's a damn racist against the white people, Jeff. Boy, there's a big shock. There's a big shock. Well, that's okay. That's okay. He's got some awakening in his future. So there are aliens out there. Some of them are bad. Some of them are not bad. Hail, Patton Wolf. So yeah, this is all coming together, folks.
I'm not going to do a lot of talking in this video. I'm going to allow all them and their do the talking for me.
When I first moved to the city, I went out a couple times with this girl, really hot, great kisser, but she had the biggest Adam's apple. Drove me nuts.
You or me?
I got it. Joey, women don't have Adam's apples.
You guys are messing with me, right?
Yeah.
That was a good one. For a second there, I was like, whoa.
For a second there, I was like, whoa. Like I said, I'm not going to do a lot of talking in this video. I'm going to let do the talking for me.
Oh my. Did anybody check out April, what's her name's Adam's apple?
bull. Her name is Bullock.
Bullock.
Kind of like a male cow is a
Tay
bull.
got the big Adam's apple.
Taylor. Her name is Taylor. That's a dude's name. Women, celebrities have Adam's apples, including Sandra Bullock. Taylor. Let's see what else Taylor has to say.
I had a video that was a very specific concept I had written, which was that I wanted to be prosthetically turned into a man and live my life as a man.
You go.
I don't have real lips on it. I don't know what's going on. These are rubber lips. So he's going, I don't know what my face is doing. Thank you.
Look like you were going for her hair.
I literally don't know what I'm doing at all. Oh God, your hair? You almost got your hair. No, fine. I didn't look at your hair. It was like, guys, I'm so sorry. Oh no, it was great. It's such a liability. There was such a feeling. He was just like, breathe, move, it's fine. I'm like, you get it. You feel it.
Oh, and while I'm at it, yeah, sure, Brad Pitt doesn't play Benicio del Toro. They don't have the ability to make someone with prosthetics on look that different. But they were in the same movie. It couldn't be the same person. Well, did you ever see when Ross met Russ?
A date? Yeah, I'm her date. You're the date.
But of course, all this for entertainment purposes. The TV would never present something dishonest to you. Never. Entertainment only, people. Come on.
Absolutely. This is entertainment only material. And whenever you get a comment from Tan Hawk, you got to read it. Tan Hawk Group says, dude, dating apps, my first question was, do you have a penis? It's hard to tell. Now, I'm going to tell an old story. Back when I was still in high school, it was 1981. We were in Florida, so we went to the Florida State game. Some of the guys were being recruited, not me. But this dude, I could say his name, but I won't. He went on to play for Florida State. And he left the bar with this really hot chick. And we're like, wow, man, that's good stuff. We stumble out of the bar about a half hour later, and our car was right up front because we'd been there a minute. And we see him. He's got this girl in the back seat, and he's beating the hell out of her. We pulled him off, and he's like, she's got to finish that sentence. And I'm pretty sure he was scarred for life because he was hardcore making out with her. And I'm not saying that these people deserve to get beat up, but if you lure a man in and you don't tell him about all the plumbing, you got an ass whipping coming. That's all I'm going to say. Again, it's for entertainment purposes only. Kylie watched this video early today. Great to see you, Tan Hawk. What's next?
Because, in fact, if you look at history, if you study history broadly, everyone was a slave. Everyone.
Including my people.
Yes. Well, not everyone was a slave.
No, everyone was a slave.
The Irish were the first slaves. So I'm all for reparations. I say first slave, first paid. Where's my money? But I think this is Don Lemon, right? I think this makes him a little uncomfy.
Okay, but
we are all descended from slaves.
Yeah.
Well, all of us.
Yeah.
It's just a question of when. Was it more recent or less recent? That's it. What future do we want? Is this something we want to make part of our constant dialogue forever? Or do we want to say, like, let's just move on and treat everyone according to just who they are as an individual?
I agree with you with that. That's the ideal. But what the evidence shows is that that's not what's actually in practice.
I think we're doing better than anywhere else.
That's true. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean a lot to a whole lot of people who aren't able to take advantage of the opportunities that you were able to take advantage of simply because of the color of your skin.
Wah, wah, wah. You're in America. Don Lemon, if your people is from Africa, go back there and see how much you like it in Africa. You're in the best place. You're a celebrity. You're a star with no talent. Shut the hell up. Again, entertainment purposes only. But I get in a little bit of trouble on going with this, but that's okay. I got to do what I got to do. We're not alone. We got black people sick and tired of this Abrahamics matrix. We got Asian people sick and tired of this Abrahamics matrix. We got Mexican people, not Michael Moreno, but we got Mexican people sick and tired of this matrix. We got indigenous American Indian people sick and tired of this matrix. And I like to give them a little love because it makes me feel good because I want all of our races to be optimized. And I'd rather march with a black, brown, red, yellow than with a white that has turned his back on her or his gods, goddesses, ancestors, and people. And the little midget told me on a debate they'd shoot us in the back in a second.
Apparently it was from years ago. An interview with Raven Simone was on Oprah, and she was saying, I'm not an African American, I'm an American. Right. She said, she said, my roots are in Louisiana. I don't know where I came from in Africa. I don't know what tribe I was from, but I do know I'm from Louisiana. I know I'm from America. I'm an American, I'm a colorless person. That's what she said. And Oprah was sitting here, oh, Twitter's not gonna like this one. She's like, oh, you're gonna get a lot of flack for saying they're not African American. She's not.
No.
Neither am I. I was born in America. You never
I know your mom is like a real American story. That's amazing.
Right, nobody says Irish American. No one says like whatever, like some Europe American.
Yeah.
They say, I'm an American. But for some reason, black people have to claim the African culture that they never were a part of.
It's called victim culture. I don't want to have to work. I just want something because of the color of my skin. But in the other side of my mouth, I'm going to go out on MLK Day and say, oh, content of my character. Your character sucks. Your character's empty. And it's because you got the damn victim mentality. And we got some black leaders finally standing up and say, bitch, please go to work, get a job, have your children with one man. Stop looking for the brother with the Camaro and the gold chains, Mr. T starter kit, and start looking for a real man and start representing your race instead of being... I am all wound up tonight. I'm all wound up tonight. But we're not alone. We're not alone. Yeah, Jesse Jackson. I'm glad he's dead. Can I say that on YouTube? It's just a joke. How about this one? I like this brother right here, too. Was he tripping when he said this?
Yo, was he tripping when he said this?
It's important you surround yourself with other people who are going crazy because it makes you step up your game. Yeah. If you're the only one doing good work and all your friends is bums and doing nothing, you'll never be motivated. Yeah. You'll never feel like I need to do more because shit, ain't nobody else doing more.
And that right there is a major key. The truth is your circle has been writing the menu, and you've been ordering from that same menu without ever asking if there's anything else available. Now the part where it gets kind of scary is that this stuff is infectious. Yo, science even proves that even sitting close to a bum is gonna lower your output. You might be overdue for a circle audit. And yo, I'm not saying go cut all the homies off. What I am saying is that if you are the best one out of your homies, then you're hustling backwards. Because yo, the harsh reality is that you won't even see your ceiling dropping until it falls on your head. The question isn't whether or not your people are good. The real question is how much of your ceiling is actually theirs.
Oh, that's good stuff. You know, a sorry ass person will always want to be the smartest man in the room. I've done some broadcasting with some of those guys. Maybe you'll recognize them. We're not going to name anybody, but I've done some broadcasting with those type of a people. And they always got to be the smartest person in the room. I learned a long time ago that I want to be the dumbest person in the room. And for me, it's really, oh, stop it, Emperor Rex. I hope you're not, you're for us. I know you are. Yeah, I'm on the edge tonight, but I want to be the dumbest person in the room, and that's not hard for me. But that means I will grow. I will elevate. I want some people pulling me. I don't want to be dragging No sorry ass white crackers behind me, white trash. No, I'm just trying to tell you. I know that Goyim don't like it, but we are not alone. We got some other people of other races. We're our folk. Our white families are folk. But we also got some kin, the browns, the blacks, the reds, the yellows, that don't like this damn Abrahamic matrix any more than we do. And they're a whole lot better company. They're a whole lot better allies than the real white trash, the people that have turned their back on their gods, their goddesses, their ancestors, and have bent the knee to a God and a religion that was never, ever, ever meant to be for you. Hello, Tribal Defender. Good to see you. All right. I don't know what's next, but I'm liking it so far.
I need you to promise me that you're not going to use this for evil. So back in 1962, researchers did a kind of messed up experiment on 13 boys. Now you see, all the boys had something in common. They were severely allergic to this plant. It was almost like poison ivy. And what these sick researchers did next was crazy. They rubbed that plant against those boys' skin. And almost immediately they broke out in some crazy rashes. Now this next part is going to mess with your head. As it turns out, those researchers were not so bad after all, because they did not use the toxic plant on those boys' arms. They swapped it for a plant that was completely harmless. The boys believed that they were in danger, and their bodies responded as if it was completely real. But the plant itself did nothing. How many times in your life have you been manipulated into thinking something was real when it was not? Let's keep it a buck. Your thoughts are not just opinions floating around in your head randomly. They're instructions. Now, the question you have to ask yourself is, who wrote your instructions? So now that you know this.
Ooh, how about that? How about hitting that like button? How about hitting that subscribe button? And you know what? Somebody was saying, about being the smartest one in the room. Well, the one thing you don't want to do, Michael Merlin, if you're quiet, people might think you're stupid, but sometimes when you open your mouth, you remove all doubt. I'm just saying, entertainment purposes only. I'm a little snarky tonight.
This is what happens when liberals don't know history.
Slavery had nothing to do with race. Is that what you're claiming?
Right. There were black people in this country who owned slaves. Black people that owned other black people as slaves.
Slavery,
was that racism?
So black people were responsible for slavery. Yeah, that's a very intelligent thing.
No, it was the Arabs who went over to Africa and bought the black.
Well, it wasn't just the Arabs. Actually, there were black people. To his point, there were black people in Africa selling other black people. So he's right. In Pinhead Liberal, no hair, got that hat on because he's bald. He's getting all upset because this brother is giving him some damn truth.
Black people from other black people in Africa, and the Arabs sold them across the country to Mexico, to United States, and to other places.
Jesse,
so it wasn't what you're saying.
First of all, Jesse, Arabs are not black people. Just got to give you a heads up on that one.
But they're the one that sold the blacks.
Okay, you just said black people own slaves.
There were black people in America who owned slaves, Bernie.
These liberals remind me of Christians. When you're dropping some receipts on them, they just can't handle it. And the argument is almost moot because the people that own the slave ships, the people that captain the slave ships, the people that owned all of the slave markets, the people that owned over 75% of the plantations in the South, they were of one particular proto-Abrahamic lineage. Fill in the blank. We are not alone. I'm just saying, it ain't as bad as we think it is.
All hell, check this out, y'all. Did the leaked photo show JonBenet Ramsey? Y'all like the video? Check this out.
There was a documented photo of Jeffrey Epstein that was timestamped in 1997. That was 1 year after JonBenet Ramsey was found dead. What that means is you see the color of his hair that color of his hair matches the picture that was redacted that was hanging on his wall in his office. And in that picture, he's holding a girl. And that face is redacted.
Oh, hell.
But if you look, you'll see that that girl has on one of the jumpers that was of JonBenét's choice. Now you're thinking, okay, that might be true. They're both wearing jumpers, but this is what stamps this right here. There was a picture that was snuck inside of his office that had a picture of that side of the wall at an angle. And you can see that the girl's face is now unredacted at this angle. And guess who that girl is? JonBenet Ramsey.
Oh,
the beauty pageant she was attending had ties with the Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell system they were running. There's been anonymous tips that Ghislaine Maxwell would befriend all of the mothers of the children, the families of the children. And proof of that is there's a picture of JonBenet Ramsey, and in the picture you see Ghislaine Maxwell's side profile right behind her.
You know, when I saw this, my mind went somewhere else. I lost the chat. My mind went somewhere else, ladies and gentlemen, because you know who else, and thanks to Dagger for most of these, do you know who else wore stuff like that? You know who else looked a whole lot like that? Was it John? You know who else was in beauty pageants? You know who else was at MK Ultra? I'm wondering, maybe it wasn't JonBenet Ramsey. Maybe it was JonBenet Ramsey. But maybe I won't say the whole thing. Maybe it was somebody whose first name rhymes with Erica and last name rhymes with Kirk. I'm just saying, they're putting out this JonBenet Ramsey was Erica Kirk, which is really pretty much nonsense. But they're putting it out to cover the fact, trying to cover Erica's ass. And that's a full-time job. I don't know if you noticed those tight pants. She got about 10 pounds of taters in that 6-pound sack. So covering Erica's ass is a little bit of work. You know, I have to do it every now and then. Kylie took issue with me last time I said that, but Kylie, come on, that's funny. That's some funny stuff right there. I don't know. Was it JonBenet? Was it somebody else? It was a little girl on his shoulders, and that's creepy enough. We can leave it there.
You ever heard the theory that Donald Trump is the rightful heir to the throne of Scotland? TikTok, this is
a little
just
low.
for entertainment purposes only. Of course, this is just a theory, but in order to understand this theory, we have to go back and look at two people.
Trump conundrum.
Mary, Queen of Scots.
And she's Blasian.
And Queen Elizabeth I. Mary had a strong claim to the throne because she was King Henry VII's great-granddaughter. King Henry VIII put in his will that he didn't care about that claim and he wanted Elizabeth on the throne. So Elizabeth ended up getting the crown. The church and the people were not happy. Pope Pius V ended up excommunicating Elizabeth from the church and declared her illegitimate. He encouraged people to support Mary's claim to the throne. But Elizabeth was ruling and refused to step down. Instead, in 1585, she put into law the Act of Association, stating that anyone involved in a plot to kill her or replace her will be excluded from succession. A year later, in 1586, came the Babington Plot. Mary was found guilty for giving the okay to an assassination plot to kill Elizabeth and place her on the throne. Mary was executed February 8, 1587, removing her claim to the throne permanently. After Mary's
Girl,
death,
fix your
Mary's
hair.
son James was already sitting on the throne.
On the left side.
In 1603, when Elizabeth I died without having any children, James ended up sitting on the throne and became King James I of England. Mary's bloodline lost the throne when her descendant, James II, was overthrown in 1688. Parliament replaced him with a new ruling structure, and then succession laws changed the future of the monarchy. The turn of the 13th century, Mary's bloodline continued to grow through Clan MacLeod, which was a Gaelic Norse house with deep roots in Scotland. Fast forward to the 20th century, Malcolm MacLeod marries Mary Christ Smith. Mary Christ Smith has her own very special bloodline. They had a baby and named her Mary Ann McLeod. Mary Ann McLeod moved to the United States in 1930 and married Fred Trump. Fred Trump, whose last name Trump was changed from Trump, has his own very special bloodline. Together, they had Donald Trump, making Donald Trump the rightful heir to the Scottish throne through Mary of Scots bloodline. Now, if you think Donald Trump's story is crazy, wait to hear the Melania theory. There is a biblical prophecy that divine bloodlines will be restored, and we are living through prophetic times.
Oh, girl, you were doing so damn good until you got to the biblical. But how do you not see? I mean, she's looking at a monitor. How can you not just do this right here? I mean, come on, girl. You paid all that money. Anyway, I'm sorry. But she is Blasian, and she had dropped, I'll give her 96% truth on that one. And I'm telling you, we're not alone. But that was actually not from the We're Not Alone. That was from the Trump conundrum. This damn guy, every time I say, oh, her hair looks stinky, it does kind of look a little stinky because you can't wash that stuff all that often. But anyway, yeah, she was kind of boring, but that information was good. Okay, where are we going next?
In 1992, Sinead O'Connor did something on live television that basically ended her career. Years later,
Sinead ain't got no hair problems.
We're going to talk today about this, which happens to be...
In 1992, Sinead O'Connor did something on live television that basically ended her career. Years later, though, people realize she was right about everything. I'm Mel Z. I talk about death, true crime, and dark pop culture lore, so if you're a weirdo too, follow me. Sinead O'Connor was born in 1966 in Dublin, Ireland, into an extremely abusive home. As a teenager, she was sent to a Magdalene asylum, an institution run by the Catholic Church that claimed to reform troubled girls. In reality, they were controlling, punitive, and deeply abusive. This is where she learned an early lesson. Authority does not always mean truth. Music became her way out. Sinead had a voice like no other, raw, fragile, and confrontational all at once. By the late 80s, she had a record deal and released her critically acclaimed debut album, The Lion and the Cobra, and earned a Grammy nomination for it. Then in 1990, she exploded when her version of Prince's song, Nothing Compares to You, became a global phenomenon. It didn't even feel like a song. It felt like an emotional breakdown that we were witnessing. Overnight, she became one of the biggest artists in the world. But Sinead never wanted to be a pop star. She was a punk. She shaved her head to reject being sexualized. She turned down awards and openly challenged power, including the U.S. music industry, which she said was racist. Then came 1992. On Saturday Night Live, she performed an a cappella version of Bob Marley's War. She changed the lyrics to reference child abuse, and at the end held up a photo of Pope John Paul II, looked directly into the camera, tore it in half, and said, "Fight the real enemy."
Well, how about that? That's good. I don't know Sinead O'Connor's song, Sinead, whatever her name is, but at least she dropped some truth, right? At least she dropped some truth. And what's with everybody holding the lapel mics these days? I feel like I'm the only one that's not holding the lapel mic. I don't get it, but anyway, I see all these people doing it. Maybe I'm missing out on something. I don't know.
We're going to talk today about this, which happens to be where the temple is on that island, and this other little island called Dog Island, and why these...
Dog Island or God Island?
These two guys specifically below are no longer with us. Now, if you don't know who those two guys are, that's Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell. Now, let's get into Chris Cornell first. Chris Cornell, while in a couple of different bands like Audio Slave, one of the bands he was in was called Temple of the Dog. Temple of the Dog. Now let's go into the lyrics of Hunger Strike by Temple of the Dog. But I can't feed on the powerless when my cup's already overfilled. But it's on the table, the fire's cooking. And they're farming babies while the slaves are working.
Wow.
The blood is on the table and the mouths are choking. But I'm going hungry. So Chris is here saying I'm not going to feed on the powerless. Like I'm already overfilled. Like I've already got so much in my life. He literally says they're farming babies. The slaves, the S slaves are working. Blood is on the table. We've heard about that in the files, what they're doing, eating. But I'm going hungry. He's not participating, right? So this is just from Chris Cornell. Now let's get into Chester Bennington. Now, for those of you who don't know about Chester Bennington, he was essayed as a child growing up. That's going to be a big part of this. His song Crawling is specifically what we're going to go over. Now, a lot of people think this was a song about drug addiction. If you watch the music video and you actually listen to the lyrics, you get to understand this song is not about that. It's about him being essayed. But let's get into it. All of these lyrics go basically with what we're talking about, but I highlighted the ones specific to me. Crawling in my skin, these wounds, they will not heal. I can't seem to find myself again. I felt this way before, so insecure. And then down here at the bottom, this is the part in the music video that we'll be getting into. I'll show some stuff from the music video. Against my will, I stand beside my own reflection. We're going to see what that's when that lyric comes up in the music video. So the music video is all about this woman throughout the video getting essayed by this man.
White girl.
In the video, and going back to the lyric that I was talking about, let's go to the exact point of when that lyric gets said in the music video. Against my will, I stand beside my own reflection, and it's Chester in the music video, seeing himself in a reflection, seeing this girl who's getting essayed throughout the entire video.
We got to wake up to this guy, folks. We've got to wake up to this, and we've got to start talking about it. I know I do. We don't have the biggest platform anymore, but we're gaining every day. Thank you for it. Please like, please subscribe, please share. And if you want to, you can donate on gothamltd@gmail.com. You can send me an email. You can do it through PayPal. I've got Cash App, $unindoctrinate, all lowercase, just for you to, just so you know. Where are we going next?
Yo, there's a scene in Donnie Darko that's kind of a bug out, but it also contains occult symbolism. It's a scene with one of the most precise depictions of awakened consciousness.
Why ain't he got a damn shirt on? You ain't got no shirt over there? Even a Lisa tank top? Come on, man. Put a shirt on, bro. Put a shirt on.
Ever put on screen. So this is the scene when Donnie's walking through the school hallway, and he suddenly sees silver liquid spheres protruding from everyone's chest, each one pointing in the exact direction they're about to move into. Before they move, before they choose, before they even know themselves, this is pulling them like a leash. And he's not seeing the future, he's seeing something far more disturbing. He's seeing that there's no choice being made at all. In most ancient traditions, from Vedanta to Zen to Sufi mystics, drew the same distinction between two models or two modes of human existence. The first is the sleeping state, and this is the state where a human being believes they are making conscious decisions while actually being pulled through life by unconscious conditions like fear, habits, inherited belief systems, all stemming from unexamined trauma. The Gurdjieff tradition calls these people mechanical men, moving through life like complex machines, running programs they never wrote or they never examined. Now the second state is the awakened consciousness, the state where a human being has done enough inner work to actually observe the mechanism, to see the silver spear before it moves, to catch the unconscious pattern in the moment before it's executed. This is what Donnie is seeing in the hallway, not supernatural vision, but clarity. The liquid protruding from each person's chest, it's their life force, their energy, already committed to the next unconscious move before the conscious mind has time to process it. The body already knows where it's going, and the personality just comes for the ride and calls it free will. Gurdjieff said that the average human being has no real will, no real choice, no real I, just a collection of competing unconscious patterns, each taking turns at the wheel and each thinking they're in charge. And Donnie could see the patterns, he could see the spheres, and the horror on his face is not fear of what he's seeing, it's the loneliness of being awake in a hallway full of people who are still dreaming.
I wish you had a shirt on, but man, that's some good stuff. And we're talking about that tonight. We're talking about that tonight, about whether you're going to be living at effect, which is like a dead fish just floating down whatever river you happen to be in, or whether you're going to live at cause, where you're in charge of your own destiny. I really don't know where we're going next. I'm kind of liking this.
If you're a David Blaine fan, this is probably going to suck to hear. But David Blaine and Jeffrey Epstein were very close friends.
Hey, earmuff warning, if you got kids listening, this guy drops a lot of F-bombs. It doesn't bother me, but you know.
And for quite a while. This footage is from an ABC special back in 2013 called David Blaine, Real or Magic. And guess where it was filmed at? You guessed it, Epstein's motherfucking house in Manhattan. That's Epstein's kitchen, that's Epstein's tub, and here are the emails setting up the whole shoot. And this was in 2013. Post-conviction of Epstein. If you don't know, Epstein was first convicted in 2008. So David Blaine knew this was a known PDF file. And if you search David Blaine's name in Epstein's email inbox, there are over 1,000 emails that pop up, all from 2012 to 2016. Now, some of these emails are duplicates. For some reason, that happens when you search Epstein's emails. But even if it's half that number, are you fucking kidding me? We can see ones like this, where Epstein is asking Blaine to meet up with him and fellow pedo John Luke and some girls. Here, Epstein lets him know that he missed an amazing night with amazing girls. He actually invited David Blaine to go out with him tons of times, and he included his friends Woody Allen and Bill Gates quite often. Birds of a feather. What do? That's right, they flocked the fuck together. He even wanted to get David Blaine hooked up with people in the White House and introduced to political figures. Do we all see now how these creeps wind up in positions of power? See, they're in the club first, and then they help recruit each other into powerful positions. This way they're all together, and before we know it, a bunch of satanic PDF files are ruling the fucking world. Now, David Blaine is also no stranger to SA accusations himself. Back in 2019, the NYPD opened up an investigation after 2 women came forward accusing him of assault, including one allegation dating all the way back to 1998 at his Manhattan apartment. Around that same time, a separate accusation from London resurfaced, where a former model came forward saying that David Blaine assaulted her in 2004. Now, none of these investigations led to criminal charges. Some of the claims were reportedly outside the statute of limitations, and both US and UK authorities ultimately did not move forward with prosecution. Shocker! Blaine has denied all allegations, and to this day, no charges have ever been filed against him. When your friends include Jeffrey Epstein and Woody Allen, and this is the company that you keep, you knew what the fuck was up, even if you weren't directly participating. I hear a lot of people saying, well, just because someone's name is in the files, it doesn't make them guilty. Depends on what you consider guilty. Over 1,000 emails to a known PDF file for 4 years straight, hanging out with him and other known pedos at night with a bunch of girls? Where's the fucking investigation into some of these people? Who were the girls? Where did they go? Who was there? It's a fucking joke. Let's just say this. I won't be buying any tickets to see David Blaine in Vegas any motherfucking time soon. And neither should you.
I didn't get the memo about holding the lapel mic. I didn't get it. Man, that guy drops more F-bombs than I ever did. Wow. Yeah.
The darkest place I have been to is the Vatican. The Vatican is hell. It's literally hell on earth. The energies of the Vatican, huge amount of people are being sacrificed at the Vatican. They busload children, women, through many African countries to go to the Vatican to be sacrificed. The most, which I thought was going to be the Pope, the actual power of the Vatican, and it actually wasn't. It was the man that looks after the Pope. He wasn't actually a man, it was a human body, but inside that body was a demonic being. The church itself, what I realized is that it was a celebration. What they worshipped and what they worship in satanic rituals is the celebration of reptilian, demonic, and human vessel coming together. Therefore, religion, as I've said, religion is all based in satanic energies.
Boom.
And the Vatican is the hub of that. It is the one, it binds everything together. The Vatican is going to fall, and so is everything going to fall. That the energies of this planet does not accept the frequencies that they generate. They're alien frequencies.
I've had Becky on the Deep program before. I sent her an email. Don't know. I'm kind of radioactive. I get it. But at least I wanted Cain and Abel, cannibal, Yeah, but one of them was really good. One of them was really bad.
What police found inside this cave in 1963 was so disturbing that 3 officers requested immediate retirement the same day. In the spring of 1942, a man named Cliff Hanger decided to camp alone in an isolated stretch of forest in rural Montana. He had not told anyone where he was going. When he failed to return after 2 weeks, his landlord reported it to local authorities. His car was found at the edge of the forest. His tent was still standing, his food untouched. He had simply vanished. Over the following years, hikers and campers in the surrounding area began disappearing at an unusual rate, all within a 2-mile radius of the same stretch of forest. Every case closed within weeks due to lack of evidence. It wasn't until 1962 that a forestry team discovered an opening in the ground entirely by accident. A team of officers descended into the shaft shortly after. They had flashlights and radio communication. Within minutes, the radios went silent. The 2 officers who made it back to the surface did so without their equipment and without being able to clearly explain what had happened in the dark below them. Their reports described only movement, fast, deliberate movement coming from something that seemed to know those tunnels far better than they did. A larger team descended the following morning with floodlights. What they found took 3 weeks to fully document. Remains dating back 20 years. The final police report confirmed the man was Cliff Hanger. 20 years underground had left him blind, mentally destroyed, and according to the forensic team responsible for every disappearance in that forest, he had not starved down there.
Wow. We see from people like Paulides, I don't know if he's all good, all bad, but he talks about a lot of disappearances and a lot of disappearances in government-owned land. So don't go in, don't be a dummy. Don't go into the woods by yourself. I'm just saying, let's use the buddy system because they're after us.
What do you mean cursed by somebody?
So somebody can actually do a ritual, basically an offering to Satan, or do something to empower the demons to come and afflict a particular individual.
A human being can do that?
Yes, they can.
Does that?
It's called prayer. These people praying for you. Oh, I'm just praying that Jeff will get saved. Why are you using your intention to override my intention? When you use your intention to override my intention, that's a little thing called black magic. I don't care if you dress it up. I don't care if you give it a hymn book. I don't care if you put it in a church. It's still black magic. Thank you, Tan Hawk, for catching that. So here's a guy that's involved in the deception, this priest, trying to sound like he's not involved in the deception. They're trying to fool you. Don't let them fool you. A lot of people are wondering about Sean Ryan. I don't know. I've only heard good stuff from him.
That common?
I see it about 3 or 4 times a year. It's becoming more common now because more people are getting involved in Satanism and witchcraft. The amount of
It's the same thing as being involved in Christianity. Intercessory prayer. It's called making your intention override somebody else's, or get a big dog.
oppression is drastically on the rise.
I mean, how do you defend against that? Would you know?
The way that you're going to usually know it is that nobody in the family has done anything sinful to bring the oppression on. One of the primary
Oh, so if we do something against the Bible, then it's okay for demons to inhabit us. Why do you buy this nonsense?
ways that we see an increase in oppression is guys watching pornography that's been cursed.
You mean they actually curse the content that they're watching?
Yeah, it was the Satanists that taught the people.
I can't take it anymore. You don't think that this isn't kosher disclosure? You don't think that those rituals and those chants don't have black magic on them? This is bad news, folks. This is bad news. I say the same thing, Tan Hawk. When somebody says, "Can I pray for you?" No, don't. Check this out. U.S. soldier.
We are currently ruled by a cabal or ruling class that consists of greedy executives, woke generals, corrupt politicians, and satanic celebrities. Their goal is to constantly pit us against one another based upon our skin color, our religion, our class status, and our politics, all for their gain. They create false flags to send your children to foreign countries for profit. They poison our food, water, and medicine for population control. They slowly whittle away at our basic God-given rights. They distract us with music, movies, and fashion to rot our brains. And they hate us. They see us as cattle.
He is not wrong.
One of the main jobs of the brain is
Double
to
back
protect
tonight.
the light that we are, because we are light beings, and that light comes through, it comes up the spine into the mind, and the mind decodes it. But when there's been trauma that's come at us in the physical reality, or frequencies that we've been born into, the mind wants to protect the light that we are, and it can also overprotect. It can overprotect so much that we become prisons inside ourselves, so the light doesn't come through in the way that we want. We can't fully express who we are, how we actually feel, because we're so imprisoned, because the mind is protected so much. And part of the journey of healing is to get the mind safe, so one can express and experience what's in reality and what reality has to offer. Beside all the fears that you have, they're fears for you to look at and to break down. We're here to transform our fears and to get to a place where we're fearless. We are fearless to be in the physical reality, that we can fully express who we are through the physical body and feel safe while doing it. And that's the whole part of the healing that needs to be done.
And you know, a funny thing happens when you stop being afraid of going to hell, when you stop being afraid of what the unpardonable sin is, all of a sudden you realize that they fear you. You know, there's a verse in the Bible. I'm going to say a bad word, so earmuffs here. Cynthia, you might want to earmuff. You know, there's this Lord's Prayer. The Lord leads me into the valley of the shadow of death. Why would a good Lord lead you into the valley of the shadow of death? But it says, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, where the Lord took you, I will fear no evil, because thou art with me. He took you in there. He took you in there. But when you get out of that fear and guilt, blood magic, Judeo-Christian, mind control matrix, and it is praying, you're exactly right, Kylie. I'll tell you what. You walk through the valley of the death and you fear no evil because you're the baddest motherfucker in the valley. Boom.
The easiest way to do magic to change your reality is by understanding the pentagram. In magic, we're not working with the physical elements, we're working with the 5 elements of human consciousness. Spirit represents the womb of creation, the void where all creation springs from. Spirit descends first into fire, which represents the power of willpower. Fire or willpower descends up to air, which represents the mind, thinking. Air, the mind, then descends to the element of water, which represents desire and emotion. Then desire and emotion descends into the earth, which represents the physical body that takes action. The pentagram reveals how energy moves from spirit to willpower. Willpower creates thought in the mind. Thought turns into desire, and desire then moves the physical body to take action. So if you want to control your reality, control your mind of what you think, because what you think becomes what you feel, and what you feel is what your body takes action upon. And that is how you create your reality. You can learn all about this inside of my book, The Book of Symbolism,
I just bought
available
that
in
book.
my profile.
You know, he just diagrammed what it means to be divine, sovereign, and free. When you realize you're divine, that fire lights inside of you. Then you start walking and doing what is of your will and not of the will of somebody else that's telling you to do it. And as you walk, you become sovereign. And then as you become successful at sovereignty, then you realize that you're into freedom, baby. You're into freedom. Divine Heathen with a great point. The reason why they want you to chant and memorize and read out loud scripture is because that script sure is a grimoire. Those are magical spells that are being recanted and chanted by you.
These Iranian bloodlines completely, the Jesuits took over. They operate through the Jesuits. And the Jesuits took over the CIA in about 2002. And the CIA, the purpose of the CIA primarily is to do assassinations. It has nothing to do with benefiting the American people. It's for benefiting these global ruling elite. The Bushes, the Clintons, these other presidential families are all servants.
Every single wall humper.
They're Zionist facilitators for this hidden international global cabal. And other members of these bloodlines are, I said Castro and Leon Panetta, the Shah of Iran. The Shah of Iran is from the Pahlavi family, and in Italy, it's the Pallavicini family or bloodline, and chi means the stock or the bloodline. So they're the ones running the world, and probably Kate Middleton, who married Prince William, I believe she has ancient Iranian bloodline.
I believe she got a
well
big Adam's
in her
apple.
family history.
It's one big club we ain't in it, but guess what? What we're talking about tonight is how that big club will fall beneath our clubs, our swords, when our people get tired enough to stand up. Truth Frequency News, right on. Memorizing, repeating scripture. It's brainwashing yourself.
There is a cosmic law that is absolutely irrefutable that says that the cabal is not allowed to shoot the Red Cross workers. The planet itself is sick because of folks like the cabal. Ultimately, the universe is intelligent, alive, and conscious, and it is benevolent. It is a benevolent consciousness. That consciousness does not allow the negative to succeed unless it is invited. So the cabal has made a science, a very elaborate science, out of studying these arcane, occult, magical principles that allow them to get away with what they do. So they have to put out everything that tells you who they are.
But see, the difference is they're using our ancient magic with a K that was designed to empower people and optimize individuals, only they've stolen it and have weaponized it against us. And like Dagger says, we got our own club, baby. We got our own club. And David Wilcock wasn't right about everything, but he was right about some things.
In music videos, in these Super Bowl halftime shows, the Grammy Awards ceremonies, they're out there showing you the truth. Congress passed laws that said that if the U.S. declares bankruptcy, which it already is, that they will go into everyone's bank accounts and take their money to bail out the government, just like they did in Cyprus. You just indiscriminately release that information now. People say, what do you mean? Everything's fine. I got a car, I have food at the grocery store, I drive my kids to soccer practice, and we hang out on the weekend, we go to work during the week. Our lives are fine, everything's fine. What's your problem? Why do you have to be so negative? So what they need to do is wait for things to get obvious enough that people are activated.
Is it not obvious enough when you got to work until now? You started working in January 1st. It's not really the new year, but they have it as the new year. You've been working since January 1st. Whatever you do, you've been working since January 1st. And everything that you have earned until today, and probably a few more days, they're taken from you. They're taking it. So we don't have to wait for the government to someday come take our money. They're already taken, especially if you're successful, 40, 50% of it. 40, 50% of it. This ain't happening someday. It's happening today, folk and Ken.
This woman discovered a weird code that could bend reality. She used it for 30 years and had an insanely high success rate. This is Helen Hadsell. She passed away in 2010, but she was accused of being maybe a scammer, or she had some type of illegal thing going on because of how many times she would win prizes. She won over 1,000 different prizes, and one time she even won a house. She won all this from entering contests in newspapers or magazines. But this wasn't just luck. She had a very specific system. It was a 4-letter formula called SPEC, which meant select it, project it, expect it, and collect it. She wrote a book on it called The Name It and Claim It Game. She would always say, see your success vividly in your mind. She would imagine hearing her name called, holding the prize in her hands, experiencing the emotions of winning. She would visualize that continuously. Helen believed you had to expect your success, not hope for it, because hope means uncertain, and doubt blocks manifestation.
My granddaddy used to say, here's another bad word. My granddaddy used to say, hope in one hand, Jeffrey, and shit in the other, and see which one fills up first. Do you know, when we shared this on our last Create Yourself segment, that your mind cannot tell the difference between feelings and visions that you hold intently and reality? That's what this is about tonight. Learning to create yourself, learning to live at cause instead of effect, learning to drive your own bus instead of just being a passenger on wherever this Abrahamics matrix wants to take you.
If you got time, watch this.
It seems that I have taken myself down a very large rabbit hole because I just came across a TikTok that said the Bible.
It'd have to be a large rabbit hole for her to get in it. I'm sorry, Kylie, I can't help myself. But the Bible also said don't be a glutton. Maybe Bobby the disciple and whoever she is missed that verse.
The Bible tells you how to heal yourself from all sickness and diseases. Matthew 17:21.
Actually, it doesn't say that. We'll cover that in a minute.
This woman discovered a weird code.
If you got time, watch this.
It seems that I have taken myself down a very large rabbit hole because I just came across a TikTok that said the Bible tells you how to heal yourself from all sickness and diseases. Matthew 17:21. So, me, naturally the Bible reading obsession woman that I am,
I doubt it.
turn to Matthew 17:21 to read it in the Bible that I read every day.
I doubt it.
It's not here. It goes from Matthew 17:20 to Matthew 17:22. 21's not in here. There's not a number 21 in here. So, we got two more. I opened them up to see if they are in here. They are in fact in these ones. This is the KJV,
Bless
and
God.
then this one is the NKJV, so New King James Version.
Same as
This,
the old King
Matthew
James.
17:21, Jesus tells us in his words, because it's in red, because I don't know if you know this, but in a lot of old Bibles, if it's in red, that means Jesus said it in his words.
Do you know who put the red words in the Bible? Just a fun fact for some of you Christians that came in here and thought that maybe because it's the Christian whistleblower, you expect something a little bit different. Well, that red word is called rubrification. You know what a rube is? That's a really dumb person. So it was called rubrification. And guess who did it? The Jesuits. How do you know the words of Jesus? He never wrote nothing down. Nobody that ever saw him wrote anything down. We don't even know the cat's real. So the words of Christ in red aren't. And it's a Jesuit invention. I thought you might want to know that. Look it up. We'll let her finish here.
How about this kind goeth not out, but by prayer and fasting.
She said you get healed through this. That verse ain't got nothing to do with healing. It's got to do with supposedly casting out demons. Well, Jeff, don't you know all demons, all sicknesses are demons? Yeah, that's why you believe the words in Christ are red. Come on, man. Do you know the blood red of children? Exactly right, Smoochie. I wasn't going to say it, but you're right. Do you know that Christianity ain't a white man's religion? Did you know that Christianity ain't a black man's religion? Do you know that Christianity ain't a yellow man's religion, a brown man religion, or a red man religion? There's only religion for one people, and they ain't you. Smoochie, is the Red Shoe Club because all of the red falls onto your shoes and they get red, all that blood? Ooh. Oh, and they're waiting under the table for the blood that falls from the master's table. Ooh, I love it when we get a live realization. I think we're getting to the end of these. The Red Shoe Diaries. Isn't that dirty stuff? Oh, we are coming to the end of this. So if you don't mind, I'm going to play a little song, and I'm going to go in that slightly propped open door. I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing in there, but y'all can probably guess. So give me a second. Grab yourself a drink. Maybe you need to go into the room. And, you know, we'll be right back in just a little while. Just a little while. Okay? So we'll be right back. Y'all take a listen. And just so you know, I'm wearing pants. I'm not going to turn off my camera.
Have you ever looked at the moon and felt like it was looking back at you? Not just watching, but revealing. Because what if the moon isn't just a rock in the sky? What if it's a lens that reflects everything inside you? Your emotions, your thoughts, your energy. Not creating it, just exposing it. And when that light hits, you feel it. Restlessness, tension, intensity. That's not the moon controlling you. That's you being revealed. Because when your energy is eclipsed, you don't disappear. You fragment. Scattered thoughts, unfocused energy, emotions you can't explain. That's the eclipse. Not outside. Inside. But then the full moon rises. And everything hidden comes to the surface.
That is a super galactic cut right there. And it's really good. And it goes right into our subject matter tonight. So let's talk about awakening your ancestral lore. Let's talk about your bloodline. And let's talk about how badly the world needs our ancestral lore. Probably worse than it's ever needed it before. Let's go ahead and jump into this. If you haven't liked yet, what the hell's wrong? If you don't like it, put the thumbs down. Just do something, baby. Just do something. So let's talk about this lore. Are you ready? This comes from an article entitled, "The World Needs Your Ancestral Lore." Marnie sent it to me. It's from a website called Secrets or Stories of Ancient Wisdom. Her name is Catherine Matheson. Excuse me. Nicotine still gives me a little cough every now and again when I first put it in. The ancestors, we will call on them when the fire is dead, and the only path left leads into the blizzard. I'm going to change your world tonight. I'm going to give you, let me back that up. I don't change any worlds. I don't save anybody. I don't set anybody free. I don't wake anybody up. You have to do that your damn self. But I'm going to show you tonight that even though this world, is a really bad place right now, don't lose hope. Don't lose heart. It doesn't mean that things aren't bad, but it's actually really, really good that things are really, really bad. And this will change your world. This will change your world. And I don't think that we can overstate this. This level of uncertainty and fear and dread and loathing, and we're not even in Las Vegas. It's like we're in the middle of a massive blinding snowstorm. That's what it feels like, or a shitstorm maybe. And I'm here to tell you, I appreciate that, Jay Bing. I will accept that. Jay Bing says, you've already helped me wake up. That's what I do. I help. I'm the mailman. I just bring the mail. You have to open it up. Sometimes I bring you bills and you love me or you hate me. Sometimes I bring you checks and you love me. But thank you. I appreciate that. And that's what I'm here to do. And it is going to get worse before it gets better. And I'm so excited. And I'm not crazy. I think you'll get it tonight if you allow yourself to get it tonight. And we do have a fire right now to keep us warm. I'm in a nice house. I got a kitten over there. Everything's good. But that itself can even change. We're beginning to understand that we might run out of firewood before this storm ends. And then the truth will dawn, and you'll realize that the only way through it is through it. You can't go around it. You can't go over it. You can't tunnel under it. You just got to go through it. You're going to have to leave the fire, and you're going to have to walk out into that blizzard. And we need all the help we can get. We need help from ourselves, first and foremost. We need help from our ancestors. We need help from our gods, our goddesses, and we need help from our kin as well. This is why I get in trouble sometimes on Goyim. We need the black, brown, the red, the yellow that ain't bowed the knee to that Jesus fellow. Boom, I did it again. I didn't even plan that. Because we are going to have white people that are lining up to shoot us in the back, just like that little midget with the tiny forearms told me in that debate. Thank you, Divine Heathen. I really appreciate it. Jeff helped us all, but we only listened because he brought the truth, and see it is, and we can see it's effed. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it all very, very much. We outside the Abrahamic matrix are in a battle for our very survival. All of us, white folks, black folks, red folks, brown folks, yellow folks that aren't in the Abrahamic matrix, we're in a fight for our survival. And the leveraging of our own individual lore, I don't want to say it may not be enough, but it would sure help if we could leverage the help of all the people outside of the Abrahamic matrix. You see, that's why I leave the door cracked. I know some of you are wondering, that's why I leave the door cracked. That way, if the door's cracked, there's a much less chance of having crap on the carpet. Just so you know. Because Rooney, he's not regular. Let's put it that way. I don't know when he's going to drop a bomb. But if he does, we'll have to take another break because it's kind of smelly. So why not leverage the help of all of us outside the Abrahamic matrix? That's all I'm saying, Goyam. That's all I'm saying. Heathens, we fell separately because we didn't want the help from those other people. Maybe it's time to learn a lesson. If we fell separately, maybe together, not maybe, together we can stand. Can we stand on our own? Yes. But why make it harder than we have to? Because together we can win. Are you okay with that? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We can win together, folks. We can win together. That's the only reason I talk the way I do. Come on, where's my camera? What happened? What happened? Boom. That's the one I want. Turn it on. Where am I? Where'd I go? I'm gone. I'm gone. Well, I guess we might have to leave it this way. I don't know why. Let's do it. Maybe we can do it like this. Nah. Like this. Nah. Like this. Nah. I guess we'll just leave it like this. I know most of you can't even see the stuff on the slides, but I know some of you want to just look at me. Said nobody ever. But you know me, I'm not the greatest on what the hell just happened there? Oh, I got the wrong thing selected. Wow, this is fun, isn't it? That's exactly the opposite of what I want. Maybe if I stop sharing now. Nope. I don't know, folks. Let's do it like this. Drag to move. Well, you don't want to just look at a big black space, do you? So just look at the slides, I guess. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. Oh, because I'm not sharing anything. So if I do this now, sorry. If I do this now, yeah, perfect. If I do this now, what do I do here? Share screen. Let's do, well, we're just going to have to do this. I don't know why that worked this way today, but That's terrible right there. How about that one? That's not even what I want. I want you to be able to see. Well, you're just going to have to, and now you can't even read through the damn things. I got to learn sometime. This has never happened before. This is kind of weird, man. This is kind of weird. Why do I have three things? Why do I have three things? Landscape. I don't know. I really don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? So anyway, we'll just do this. Stop sharing. Let me try one more time. Nope. We'll just do it like this. You don't need to see the slides. So indigenous knowledge is our true foundational and biological, our true cultural operating system. It supported human survival for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. And I want you to think about that. I want you to think about that because at best, the fear and guilt, blood magic, Judeo-Christian mind control matrix has only been around for at the most 2,000 years, right? Even they admit that. It's only been around 2,000 years. So we have been around like 50,000 years. So we've been around much longer than they've been around. And ancient wisdom, including my ancient wisdom, comes from the people that I'll call the Tua, because I can't pronounce that right. I believe it is humanity's source code. And today we're being bombarded with this Abrahamic end time prophecy nonsense. And the most important thing that you can learn tonight is to keep in your mind that their end times, after their end times, comes a new beginning. We're witnessing events that are bigger than once in a millennia. These events that we're witnessing are a once in a species moment. And this is why the wisdom, including that of the Tua, it's returning now specifically at this time because it's for this time. And if there's ever been a time for you to pay attention to what's guiding you, that time is now. Thank you, G. Moore. I can't figure out this damn thing, but you'll get it. You'll get it. Now's the time to figure out what's going on. Now, what you call your instinct, your intuition, your inner voice, if you've been listening to me for a while, you call it your blink. This is how your ancestors reach out to you. This is how they tell you to keep going. This is how they tell you to keep pressing forward, even if it means leaving the warmth of your fire to follow that single path into the damn blizzard. Move, they're telling us, not because you can see the destination, but because you are the fire. You are the fire. We are bad. We are powerful. We can do this. And we're still here after 2,000 years of murder, psychopathy, from the Judeo-Christian fear and guilt, blood magic, mind control matrix. We're still here. And across every era, great heathen survivors have left a trail that points to the creation of the universal human belief that the world is alive with spirits. We came here, says Tanhawk, with the 12-dimensional wisdom and all of its ancient indifference, which is now being activated and remembered right now. And our ability to see the world as a web of ongoing connections, that's really our true relational intelligence. That's the foundations of what is our ways. I talk of the ways of the Tua. You should get in touch, in my opinion, with your ancestral knowledge. Tribal animism, which is a worldview that's found in many non-white cultures, they have held on to longer than we've held on to the fact that objects, places, ancestors, and even living beings possess spirit. They possess consciousness. They possess spiritual essence. And at its core, Ominism says the world is alive. We've forgotten that. But the world is alive. Paganism reminds us of the deities of the sky and of the earth, pathways that helped us. We've been through it before. It helped us turn the trauma of near extinction in the past into this drive to move forward from survival to resilience. And next comes optimization, baby. Next comes optimization. And as Marnie correctly points out, our ancestors were animists as well. And for at least the last 300 years, there's rituals, there's beliefs that have evolved into these practices that we now hold dear. Me, Irish, German heathenry, animism, and paganism. And if we can begin to feel this old knowledge, we can begin to understand the strength that we have, the roots that we have, which are far, far older and far, far stronger than the Abrahamics. I know that the world is kind of rough right now. I know that the world is kind of tough right now. And some of you that you're thinking about going to Jesus because it's been beat into your heads and your grandmama's heads and her grandmama and her grandmama and her grandmama and her grandma for 2,000 years. I'm here tonight to open your mind to the idea that there's another way. There's another way. And you've got more than one choice. It's like that Republican Democrat thing. It's not Jesus. It's not turn or burn. It's not heaven or hell. You see, our heathen worldview, it's much more than just a religion. It's actual biological and cultural operating systems. And it's helped our people survive for at least 50,000 years. And by comparison, you might want to understand that the Abrahamics, the Christians, they're having trouble getting past 2,000 years. They're a sinking ship. And if you're feeling bad tonight, if you're feeling scared tonight, if you're feeling anxious tonight, if you're feeling like, I just don't know if I can make it, I want you to understand that it's a season. It's a cycle. The seed will lie dormant in the winter. But as sure as winter is real and what you're going through right now, it's real. I know the gas prices are up. I know you can't get a good job. I know you got too much month at the end of the money many times. But as sure as winter is real, guess what? Spring will follow winter. And the seeds you're planting now, don't quit farming. And don't farm your spirituality out to somebody else that got new seeds. Our seeds are proven. As surely as winter is real right now, there will be a spring, and it will grow from what you're planting now. And in heathen beliefs, whether you're like me of the Tua or whoever your gods and goddesses are, knowledge is your seed. Chaos, ignorance, destruction, that's the winter. And that is the Abrahamics matrix. It's a matrix of chaos, ignorance, and destruction. You will reap what you sow. You know, that's always taken as bad, but it works both ways. If you plant now, if you grow now, you will reap it in the spring. You ain't usually going to get a harvest in the winter. I do, but I've been in this a minute. And even if this cycle closes with a world-altering event, whether it's the pole shift, whether it's Nibiru, whether they successfully pull off their Armageddon end time false flag, I'm telling you, their end will be a new beginning for us if we plant the seeds now. If we plant the seeds now. If you start planting your seeds in a religion and in a faith system that's not of your people, you're going to reap what you sow. So what about this cycle that we're inhabiting right now? This guy named Neil House, a great author. Thank you, G. Moore. Do the research. I got probably 24 hours into this deep program. They will remember what they've done, Divine Heathen. They will remember what they've done, and they won't get off easy. I don't think this is the law of attraction. I think that's a new age spin on old age truth. So, and I've studied this. I think this guy's right. We're now in the winter phase of about a 100-year cycle that goes back for centuries and centuries and centuries. And these seasons turn, and they each last about 20 years. You remember the 80s? That was kind of like spring. The second turning is summer. Then we kind of had the explosion of awakening, right? And then we have autumn where things start falling apart on a global level or a flat level. That's not what we're about tonight. On a worldwide level. Crises are the norm. Our institutions decay. People start polarizing, which is a good thing, really. And you see society transforming, but not in a good way. But if you can just keep your mind, and I don't want to say this as a know-it-all, but if you can just get your mind to the place where my mind is, I see the same hell on earth that you do, but it excites me because I know this is the winter cycle. Dude, it's coming to an end. And we can't have a new beginning till we have an end of this. There's no fixing this system that we're in. There's never been a fixing. Even if you're a MAGA person, he can't fix it. And when you begin to realize that you need the chaos of winter, because that clears the ground so a new spring phase can emerge, it's got to fall apart because it's broken. And it can't be fixed. There's no denying that it's challenging, but it doesn't have to be. And I keep pointing to myself, man. If we can ask ourselves, instead of, Tony Robbins, he doesn't get everything right, but he made a great statement one time. He said, the quality of your life is dependent upon the questions that you ask yourself. Let me give you kind of a mundane example. If you keep asking yourself, why am I so fat? It's not going to help you. But if you ask yourself, how could I lose weight? Now your brain's going to give you good information. If you ask yourself, why am I so stupid? It's not going to give you any good answers. It's going to give you justifications. But if you ask yourself, how can I improve my intellectual capacities? You'll get good answers. If you ask yourself, why do I keep attracting crazy women or sorry men? You're not going to give yourself any good answers. But if you ask yourself, how can I attract people of quality? And if you can get yourself to realize, what can I do to navigate this world-changing cycle? You will hear advice from your ancestors. You will hear advice from your gods. You will hear advice from your goddesses. It'll be like you're standing in a stone circle again with the very energy of Merlin speaking to you. And I want to show you 4 strategies that the gods and the goddesses of all the great heathen people, both folk and kin, are whispering right now, that if you'll just open up and listen, they will guide you through this. Number 1, you've got to reject these nonsensical end of world judgments. You've got to reject this chronos orientation that time is linear or that it's a straight line. You have to understand we live in a 3D world, a multidimensional reality. And at its base, it's love, it's joy, it's peace. It is. Expand the nature of your questions. Use different words than you normally would, says Marnie, and she's down this path. And these, just hold on till Jesus comes. It's been 2,000 years. He must have erectile dysfunction because he hadn't come in 2,000 years. And Dagger just hit a home run here. You can never attract somebody. Let me rephrase that. You always attract people at your same level of dysfunction. So if you keep attracting bad people, you are a wreck. I did the same damn thing. Thank you, G. Moore. I had to wake up one day and realize, I asked myself, I was sitting there and I asked myself, why do I keep attracting all these crazy women? And instantly I got the answer, and it doesn't come in words. It's just a knowing. That's how real spirit operates. And I realized there was only one common denomination, one common factor in all of my bad relationships. Me. It's not the women you're attracting. It's not the men you're attracting. It's you. Birds of a feather. Here comes a bad word. Fuck together. And that's the problem. And these end of world judgments, this apocalypse scenario, that's why they're all talking about it all the time. They're hiding these divine blueprints from your gods and goddesses. They're hiding these things and stoking you to be afraid. They want you to be paralyzed. Not do anything. Just hold on till Jesus comes. He ain't coming. They hide the truth of these cycles. They hide of what's waiting to be renewed when this sorry ass, broke, busted, disgusted, chopped existence ends. Instead of seeing signs of the end, shift your gaze just a little bit. Just a little bit. See the events. See the scariness. See the destruction. It's just winter. See it as a recurring pattern of greed and aggression and deceit being exposed, and never, ever, ever has it been more exposed within our collective memory. And I'm a Florida boy, you know that, born and raised in Florida. And this beautiful woman, she offered to move to Florida, but all her kids were here. And I'm like, mine are spread out across the country. And at the time, Kansas was in the middle. I got here, I did not like winter. Hated winter. It can't get too hot for me. I'm a summer boy. I'm an old ass summer man, 63 years old on May 23rd. But now I love winter. I took up cold plunging. I was in Tahoe, did the same thing, took up skiing. You've got to understand. You've got to change your perspective. You don't got to. Oh, they processed I had some money in that sauna company I was working for, and they sent it back, baby. I like it. Now the baby can get some new shoes. Just kidding. But instead of seeing the end, see the beginning beyond the end. Because I'm telling you, it's coming. It's coming. Dagger, love you. Thanks for that. And even if you can't see it now, it's going to happen anyway. It's going to happen anyway. Work with the seasons. Work with nature. We're part of nature. And sooner or later, you'll be like me. You'll love winter. I see the same shit you see. I deal with the same shit you deal with. And I win every single day. My life is amazing. But I've been doing this since I was 18 years old. Do the math. 63 minus 18, that's a lot of damn years. 63 ain't old if you're a tree. And I'm a tree, baby. I'm a tree. And when you know the end of the story, you don't get lost in the details, do you? What would Merlin tell you? What would Odin tell you? What would your gods and goddesses tell you? Well, they tell you to reject these Abrahamic end of world judgments. And even if the pole shift does happen, and it probably will, even if Nibiru happens, and it probably will. Thank you, G-More. He says, I thought we were closed 10 years ago, but this actually feels better. Yeah, that's 45 years, a long time. I've been in this longer than most of you have been alive. And I don't say this with pride, but I've forgotten more about this than most of you know. When you put in the time, then it becomes real in your life. And right now, when you're still locked into this Abrahamic matrix, that's why I put Abraham IX instead of Abraham S, because it is a matrix. I want to remind you it's a matrix. It's designed to keep you in fear, because when you're in fear, you react. As the events multiply, you begin to live in reaction. You're in fear. You're in paralysis. It overwhelms you. This is what living at cause is. Most of you that are listening to me, your life is driven by the events that happen to you. Your life is driven by really your perception of the events that happen to you. My life isn't. The same exact events that are happening to you are happening to me, but I don't live in cause. I live in effect. It doesn't matter how bad it gets, I will still be on top. And even if you don't get to that place, you can get to the place that is, you know what, even if it's winter, I know spring is coming. When you realize that you are the effect, when you realize that you are the effect. You met me at Brushy Mountain. Oh my gosh, that was a great deal. I got so sick. I was fasting for 11 days. We go into this, it was with Rex Bear. We go into this prison. Those spirits whipped my ass. Learned a lesson that night. Man, that's fantastic. It's so great to see you again. When you realize that you're the effect and you're above cause, it'll change your damn life. Stop reacting and start focusing on intentions. Intentions. Make a list of how you want to live in these times. You're just like the lady with the prizes. You know that everything that Christianity brings to us is an inversion. So name it and claim it. There's some good truth there. Make your intentions constructive. Make your questions constructive. And the fact that you're still here. Lots of people aren't, but you're still here. You've made it this far. You've come through the hardest part. Stop reacting. Go to your list and replace that reaction with your intention. And think about Dagger. Dude, Dagger has been through it. Dead Wolf been through it. Cynthia been through it. But they never gave up. They never stopped. I've been through it. And even if winter isn't your favorite, be like Deborah. Deborah says, winter ain't my favorite, but it means spring is coming. But there's a deeper level. You get to love winter. You know, it's easy Anybody can do it when it's easy. Hell, even Christianity works when it's easy. The real badasses are the ones that can do it when it's hard. Vince Lombardi, it's just a quote, once said that when the going gets tough, the tough get going. You are a sovereign soul, and you manifest that divinity, that sovereignty. You walk in freedom when you hold these intentions and realize that every step you take is on sacred ground, no matter where you are. You stay connected with your inspiration, and that counteracts the toxicity and fear. That's why I don't feel it. That's why I'm not affected by it. I'm above it. I've actually moved out of their timeline. And you can get to a place where it doesn't matter what the world throws at you, you got peace wherever you go. And our gods, our goddesses, our ancestors, they implored us to develop our personal well of peace and keep working on it. The world is a shitstorm. It's a hurricane. But I remember flying in a C-130 and we flew over the hurricane, and in the middle, it was calm. But Jeff, I'm in the middle of the storm. Thank the God you're in the middle of the storm. It's nice there. Don't be afraid to go through the wind and the rain. Thank you, Sarah Lena. Great to see you again. I'll never forget that table at that conference. Where the hell were we? Where were we? We're in Florida. We're sitting around the table with all these people talking about what's going wrong. And there's Sarah Lena. She says, it's because of the Jews. Of course, she was right. And there's this Jewish girl sitting there. I thought it was going to blow up. I just sat back and was just loving it. Appreciate you, Sarah Lena. That was some good times. That was some good times. But guess what? It ain't all about you. You need to be a threshold for other people. You need to be a memory holder for others. You need to be a knowledge keeper for others. And guess what? When you get good at this, and again, I hate to use me as an example. It's not that I just learned a lot by making a lot of mistakes. You could have seeds. Hey, brah, let me give you some seed. She is dear. I forget her name, but Courtney, was that her name? Courtney? Really sweet lady. I had her on the show. You can be the one that helps your brother, but don't just help everybody. Don't just help everybody. Help the ones that deserve it. Part of our purpose is to leave the clues and to lead people to the doorways, which our people have crossed from fear into peace. Rooney, be good. Into frequency. That's good frequency. Just let go of the fear and spend your time on planting seeds. And you can become a threshold for others by having these seeds of knowing. In whatever field of expertise you hold in this lifetime, hold them close and be ready to replant and help others replant when this cycle ends, and ends it will. Because this ending is going to lead to our new beginning. Their end leads to our beginning. And it's all happened before, many times. Our ancestors have seen it over and over. They created, they worked. And they came up with a practice that leads to survival. And I believe together over the last 12, almost 13 years, we've come to a practice that leads to thrival. We ain't just trying to hold on, baby. We're optimizing. We will not just survive. We will thrive if we do the little things that we need to do. These world-changing events, it's, oh boy, here we go again. It's just another cycle. The end isn't always pretty. But when we continue to remember and put into practice, and I'm telling you, cold plunging brings a lot of it back, we can see the beauty. We can see the peace, and we have the power to carry us through this winter, even if it lasts a little longer than we like, because we know spring is coming, baby. And the good news is that we're going to have a blank slate coming. And I know this is all kind of woo-woo, but let me give you some facts. Let me drop off the chat for a minute here. Let me drop off the chat so you can see this, because this is really important. Thank you, Saralina. I think it is very important. It's not all woo-woo, folks. There's actual reality happening right now. Do you know that this universe, and this is why flat Earth, space is gay, is part of the Abrahamic deception? Now, there's truth there, but it's really part of the Abrahamic deception, because right now, we're living through the ending of a 2,000-year cycle. At the same time, a 7,000-year cycle is closing. Exactly. So it's really a double global reset. And it seems obvious to any objective observer that a 2,000-year cycle coinciding with a 7,000-year cycle can only be one thing. And it's really two things that are the same thing. When did Christianity start? About 2,000 years ago. When did Judaism start? About 7,000 years ago. The 2,000-year cycle's ending. Christianity's finished. The 7,000-year cycle's ending. Judaism is finished. And Abrahamics, or the Islams, are part of it, so they're ending too. Their time is up. And when you connect to your ancestors, as Marnie's saying, you will begin to remember. Their time is up. The Christians' time is up. The Jews' time is up. The Muslims' time is up. The Abrahamics' time is up. And ours is coming again. Again. Jesus can't even come once. We're having multiple comings. Right now, we are at a astronomical phase that's called the ignition point and the superstellium. Wait till you hear this. Reset number one is structural, and this is huge. Right now, well, just a couple months ago, but we're still in the middle of it. It started a couple months ago. Saturn and Neptune are in conjunction at 0 degrees of Aries. I should have played that. I think I got this Bonacci thing coming up. I don't love everything about Bonacci, but he's right about a lot of stuff. On February 20 of 2026, it was an ignition point. It was a cosmic milestone. It was a massive and magical, with a K, turning point for humanity, leading us all to another chance to return to divinity, sovereignty, and freedom. That's why I messed with the Christians for so long, because I was trying to get them. It has nothing to do with the Satanists. See, Noble, I love you. That we get lost in that Abrahamics. It's really not the Satanists, and except in the strict term of Satan meaning adversary. It's about all the adversaries of divinity, sovereignty, and freedom. And this is a new chance. But I'm tired of the Christians anymore. I had to tell Ben Balderson, no, I don't want to go on the show because it was debate. I don't debates anymore. They don't care. They don't want to learn. It's a waste of my time. So reset number one is about structure. It's literally physically happening in our universe. We'll touch on a little bit more. Reset number two is a reset of sovereignty. A superstellium, which is this astrological and astronomical phenomenon where several planets are clustering in one part of the zodiac. I might get a hold of Heidi and see if she knows what's going on. Maybe she'll come on. The Sun, Mercury, Mars, Saturn, Neptune, and Chiron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is the number. Yes, C. Noble, exactly right. All world religions is the number of man. It's all lining up in Aries, which is the water bringer. It's a double reset because reset number 1 and reset number 2 are happening at the same time. So humanity is actually experiencing a double reset. It feels double bad. That's because it's going to be double good here in just a minute. Saturn and Neptune, the last time they were at 0 degrees in Aries was 7,000 years ago. The superstellium last time was 2,000 years ago. Humanity last experienced a double reset like this 11,000 years ago. 11 is probably the most powerful number. And as humanity moves through this, our star-watching shamans have always been guiding us away. Move away from the coastal plains. That ain't nothing new. They charted the seasons. They predicted the weather by the stars. Well, the stars aren't real. This is the problem with the Abrahamic invasion, the flat earth movement. Our ancestors have long been encoding tradition and even survival data into our myths, into our songs. It even helps the hunters. It even helps the farmers. You see, our people, knowing that we're part of the earth, where the Christians say they're the lords of the earth, the stewards of the earth is under their domain. No, it's not. You see, we've been building a sense of order. Our stone circles provide us the fixed points. Our stone circles connect our land to the stars, which are real and benevolent and beautiful, not fake and gay. And this helps us to become co-creators with nature rather than its victims, and certainly not to be so arrogant we think that we're its lords. This gives us the safety. This gives us the knowledge that creates stability for our people. When we align with the earth, the plants, the animals, the water, the sky, the fire, the air, and yes, the stars. They are not fake and gay. They hold the real answers, not some book written by a bunch of PDFs. Our great forefathers, Three-Eye Atlas, exactly, Tanhawk, we'll get to that in a second. They understood this geometry. They understood this landscape. And when you understand it, it will it'll stabilize you spiritually. When you get more connected to the land and the sky and you stop thinking it's fake and gay, you will get stability and you'll quit waiting for some sky daddy to come save you, and you'll learn how to save your damn self and even thrive. There's secrets in the stars. And flat earth theology teaches you to ignore them. There's secrets in the comets and the seasons. They're actually a catalog of how to get through this thing. They're a catalog to get through this thing. Smoochie asks, why are the stars red, white, and blue? And this just came to me, Smoochie. Maybe for the same reason that people are different colors. 2,000 years ago, we moved from our heathen tribal complex into an empiric complex. Instead of ruling ourselves with our fellows, we all got lumped together to be ruled by people that aren't our fellows. Remember, it was the Holy Roman Empire that replaced our personal, our heathen, our tribal sovereignty. We were all divine, sovereign, and free, and we just left each other the hell alone. But here comes the Holy Roman Empire, the Christian church, the manifestation of the Abrahamic matrix, with all of the state-granted citizenship. They tore down our sacred groves. They made us follow written laws from Bibles and governments. They started taking half our shit. Do you realize that the American Revolution started with a tax that was maybe 5, 6, 7%, and now we willingly, happily pay 30, 40, 50%. Are you kidding me? Our spiritual ancestors said no thank you, and they maintained the intellectual and spiritual resistance. Do you think it'd be easier for me today if I was still Christian? I would be Joe Rogan level if I was still Christian. And I was almost there. I was in discussions to go on his show, so don't tell me I'm crazy. I wouldn't be working if I was still Christian. And what we did was we started storing our knowledge in the only place that the Christians and the Jews and the Muslims could not burn down, and that was in the memories of our people. This is why it's so important to recognize your people, your ancestors. Why do you think the lions don't hang out with the tigers, don't hang out with the bears, don't hang out with the antelopes, don't hang out with the otters? Because they've got highly trained instincts. And they move as one with their people and they stay safe. Our most sacred knowledge, I am a good kind of crazy. Our sacred knowledge is in our folklore, your ancestral lore. Awaken it. Your bloodline, awaken it. The world needs you more than ever before. This ensures our old ways will survive, and it ensures we will thrive. This seed is in the collective heathen unconscious. That's why I branch out beyond just white people. Because black, brown, red, yellow, they also have some beautiful traditions that's part of the collective heathen unconscious. That's why we didn't have any wars before Christianity. Before Judaism properly. We had some skirmishes. Sometimes they'd steal our sheep and steal our women, and we'd have to settle some scores, but we didn't have what we have now. There was not a world war until we had a world religion. And we didn't have a loss of sovereignty until we had Christianity. This is known as the Great Hiding. There's a reason why we didn't write things down, because when we wrote it down, they stole it, they perverted it, and then they burned it. And it's much better to know than to read. That's why heathens are against revelatory knowledge. We don't need anything from a book. We don't need a mediator. Oh, Jesus is the only mediator between God and man. You see, that's the problem. I don't need a mediator. I'm divine, sovereign, and free. And my gods and goddesses and my ancestors, they talk to me. So we're going to get this blank slate. And as Marnie said, most times each side would choose one warrior to fight. And it wasn't this massive bloodshed, but of course they need some sacrifice. The 2,000-year cycle ending. 7,000-year cycle ending. The Abrahamic cycle, we could call it, it's ending. And we're watching as it falls apart, and I can't be any happier. I can't be any more excited. We're witnessing the collapse of outsourced divinity. Yeah. Tannock says, when did we start wrestling with powers and principalities and rulers in high places? About 2,000 years ago. We're watching it fall apart, and we should be happy. It's not the time to vote harder. It's not the time to vote harder. It's time to just stop engaging in it. It's time to opt out. And guess what? We're witnessing the collapse of the savior mentality that was created to control your personal divinity, sovereignty, and freedom. And this is big. And if you're still with me, then you are up for this. You got this. You're not going to just survive, you're going to thrive. And one thing you've noticed, the way of the ancients is focused on helping people. And the way of these new Abrahamics is saving people that don't need saving. You got to create original sin to force them to come to a savior so you can save them from the sin you gave them. It's nonsense. What we've always done since we got here, who knows when, yeah, when your enemy is about to destroy himself, you just sit back and watch. We ought to be cheering them on, as Carmen says. Our great shaman, our great astronomers of old, showed us how to use our magic. There should be a K on that, sorry. Showed us how to use our power to provide safety, to preserve our knowledge, and to create stability for our communities, connecting with the earth, the plants, the animals, the water, the sky, the fire, the air, and the stars. I'm not that smart. I'm not exceptional. And I'm living it right now. When we work with these, when we manifest these, all things become possible. And this is the time. We live in exciting times. This is the time for things to start coming forward. Not just bad stuff, not just hard stuff. The deep magical stuff is coming forward too. That's why we're talking about this tonight. And here's 3 ways for you to recognize this. Reclaim your personal sovereignty. Turn away from these unreliable and fragile institutions. Catherine was very nice. Turn away from these psychopathic PDF blood sacrifice monstrosities. And remember, you don't have original sin. You've got the spark of divinity within. You don't need anybody to grant you Christ connection, Christ consciousness. It's yours. Because the word Christ means anointed. It means in the flow. It means chosen to do the works of the divine. And you are. And while they're wrecking everything, we need to build circles. As their empires, their hierarchies, their religions collapse around their feet. And the sad part is all of these whites, that's what I'm mostly concerned with. I'm white. They'll realize they've messed up, but then it'll be too late. They have to reap what they've sown. Same with the browns, blacks, reds, yellows. If you want to get out of the apocalypse, now's the time. But we're building a circle. And I'm doing my best to build a circle that every non-Abrahamic can be a part of so we can join together to defeat the Abrahamic matrix. And then we reconnect with our land. We reconnect with our own people. Even Muhammad Ali knew, I want to be people that look like me, people that act like me, people that like to eat the same stuff I like to eat, like to do the same kind of things I like to do. I want my grandchildren to look like me. That's just called human. And we need to remember how to live with the land, just not on the land. And I'm convinced we need to learn to live with all the peoples of the earth. Not together, but each one sovereign and free in their own land. We'll have barbecues. We'll have square dances. We'll have garage sales. We'll connect with people, but not become, what's that? The Vesca Pisces. You can have connection, but you don't want to have where you overlap, because it doesn't work. And we've proven it doesn't work. We need a world of divine, sovereign, free people, all living in their own land. And here's another reason why I'm not just white only. There's many streams of ancient wisdom that are rising. My connection is with the Irish-German wisdom. I'm 95% Irish, 5% German. Yours, if you're not white, is another stream. And what I'm talking about tonight is all things indigenous, all things pagan, all things shamanistic, all things authentic, all things magical, all things ancestral, everything connected to the sacredness of the land, to the elements, to its creatures, and to the human spirit, regardless of where they come from. The flow of the ways of the gods runs through them, and they're all rising. Your inner people, your God, your goddesses are calling. And if you're black, don't go looking for a white God. If you're red, don't go looking for a black God. If you're yellow, don't go looking for a brown God. If you're brown, don't go looking for a white God. And for the love of your people, if you're white, don't go looking for a Jewish God. Whatever their names are. These ancient quantum field magical energies are calling every single one of us that refuses to bow the knee to the Abrahamics matrix. Here we get to Tanhawk. We got two real, verifiable signals, and this is why the fake and gay flat earth theology is Abrahamic, and it's dangerous, and it's trying to keep us from thriving. There's two signals from the Tua, the shining ones. There's a constellation and there's a comet. Comet that are signaling the return of the Tua and your gods too. Because our job is to come in as the Tua, defeat domineering religion, and allow people to return to worshiping according to their own conscience. There's two things that are in the stars. One's called the swan's call. The other one's called the harp's tuning. The swan's call, it doesn't matter where you stand on this globe or on this flat earth if you're still not convinced. The Cygnus constellation appears right now as a swan flying across a great rift within the galactic river of the Milky Way. And do you know that right now there's a massive overlapping cloud of interstellar dust that's blocking the light from distant stars? Looks like a dark lane splitting the Milky Way. The most prominent is called Cygnus, and that's why they sometimes call it the Cygnus Rift. Third Eye Atlas, recalibration, absolutely, Tanhawk. This is believed to be the energetic and symbolic gateway where life begins and to where it returns. It's also connected to the Tua because this is the path that we took when we came here in the first place to ancient Ireland. And it's the path that we will lead all of you on that are going to join us because, God, I wish I could see you. Wish you could see me. Some of us aren't satisfied to just take this earth back from the aliens. Some of us are planning, once we help Earth regain its sovereignty, We're going to chase these sons of bitches around perdition's moon itself until we rid them from the galaxy, and they can never, ever do this again to anybody. So yes, our people are coming back to set the earth free. And if you want to go with us and chase these filthy, psychotic aliens out of our galaxy, this is the path that we'll take when we leave. This is Cygnus. Tell me that don't look like a swan. It looks just like a swan. And if you look at this pattern over here, is this one forced, Smoochie? Does that look like a symbol that you might recognize, but that we're not allowed to talk about? Just take a minute. Thank you, Saralina. It really is, isn't it? This is as good work as I've ever done. The swan kind of looks like something else that was all about defeating the Abrahamic matrix. Kind of, sort of, in a way. And I just noticed this. This is interesting. Yeah, I'll leave that alone. But this dark opening isn't empty. They traverse this road in the form of swans, or, Catherine's seeing it, swan-like ships. And it's the road to their home in the stars. We too didn't come from here. Some of you did, and that's fine. But in the northern hemisphere, most of the year, the Milky Way flows across the sky in a horizontal alignment. But starting in April, the Milky Way and the Cygnus Swan undergo a dramatic shift. The Milky Way moves vertical, which is up and down, and the Swan is diving beak first down a pillar of light and shadow towards the Earth's northern lands, where the Tua legends are anchored. This is beautiful if you get it. Since 1972, that's been a minute. I wasn't even in high school yet. Science has recorded only a handful of truly giant frequency bursts out of Cygnus X3. But this year, starting in January of 2026, which is 10, which is completion, we're seeing frequency burst of unprecedented power. Cynthia's telling me, oh, the solar flares and all of this stuff is coming. The magnetosphere is weakening, and it's all true, but it's all good news. I get excited. She's like, what's wrong with you? The duration of these bursts, the spectral range, the energy buildup, as Tanhawk said earlier, we've never, ever seen anything like this in our recorded human history. In previous flares, it'd hit a peak and then it'd decay rapidly over a few days. But the 2026 event is 100 times stronger than any other past signal. And it lasted all of January, all of February, all of March. And it's dominating the high frequency spectrum. You know that Judaism, Christianity, Abrahamism, that's low frequency. It's blood-based. It's sacrifice-based. And no matter how good a Christian you are, your religion's based on a father sacrificing his son and commanding everybody to eat his flesh and drink his blood. That's just a fact, Jack. Oh, you Protestants only do it symbolically. Oh, so you're just a symbolic cannibal. You're just a symbolic vampire. I guess that's okay. And if it's okay with you, you have the right to embrace it. But this 2026 burst, this 10 burst, this completion burst, it's high frequency, baby. It's destroying low frequency. If it's low, it's got to go. A signal 100 times stronger moves us into shouting territory. Science and magic are giving us a clarion call. This is what the rapture's faking. This is what the rapture's faking. The Lord himself will descend from heaven with a shout, with the trumpet call, the call of the archangel. No, it's our call. They're just stealing our stuff like they've always done. Oh, the veil was rent in two when Jesus quit his dirt nap short of 3 days. No! This is the real piercing of the veil. And it's this energy that's awakening the ancestral memories of those of us of the Tua lineage. And that's why I'm not Joe Rogan level. That's why I'm working. Because my job is here being a person that has awoken my ancestral memory, helping you to awaken your ancestral memory. And there ain't enough money to make me not do that. I don't want to say this, but it came to me and I have to say it. It's because I'm one of the shining ones. And Rapid Dog just said swan song. That's usually associated with bad times, right? Because they know. They know. The swan song is their swan song in a negative way. They're done. And they know that the very derivation of that term, swan song, they know that when the swan sings, baby, it's over for them and it's just beginning for us. And I compared that to 1 Thessalonians 4:16. This is where they stole the rapture from. And do you know that a swan's call is called a bugle? And in the original Greek, that's what is being blown at the rapture, a bugle. That's funny. Smoochie, I'm not a chosen one. I'm just doing what I do, but I'm doing it. A sharp, brassy sound that cuts through fog and distance. That's exactly what the word means in 1 Thessalonians 4:16. And to our people, the Tua, the swan is the sovereign bird. And I'll butcher this, Marnie, but you can help me. The Ilgair, the multitudinous cry, is a midnight cry when Jesus comes again. No! They stole it just like they stole everything else. And this is what makes us different from them. This is what makes heathens different from Abrahamics. Our people, our swan, we only call out loudly when we're defending our territory or helping our people return to our homes. And just like in Thessalonians 4:16, exactly, it's a military call of command. If I could still share, I'd go to Thessalonians 4:16. I'd show you the trumpet call. It's a military bugle call, like ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Thank you, Marnie. I got one sort of right. They stole it. Our swan song is their swan song. It means we win. It means they lose. And I don't want to get, because there's a lot of stuff in this, but if you was in the cavalry or if you were fighting against the Indians and you heard a ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, that was good sound. If you was an Indian at that time, that was a bad sound. That was a bad sound. And the swan is the only bird that sings with its entire body, and its long neck acts like a resonating chamber. Reveille. Well, I was going for the Is the reveille and the cavalry called the same thing? I think it is. But these April flares, that's the throat of the great cosmic swan. And we're shaking the shit out of these Abrahamics, and we're shaking a lot of our people up. All people that are against the Abrahamic matrix. And do you know that our very graves, it's a call to all heathens, Carmen. Thank you. You said it better than I did. It's a call to all heathens. Sorry, Goyim, but it's a call to white heathens, black heathens, brown heathens, yellow heathens, and red heathens. And I say that kind of jokingly, even though a lot of people don't like me. That's okay. I'm used to not being liked. But I'll tell you what. Sometimes I'm ready to quit, and I'm confessing too much here. It's TMI. Some mornings I get up and I'm like, the hell with this. This is stupid. I'm going to go make me some money. I made 6 figures every damn year, mostly multiple 6 figures, till I decided to do what I'm doing now. I don't know where I was going with that. But even our graves were constructed to be resonant to this signal. This is where they get the dead in Christ will rise first, 1 Thessalonians 4:16. This is where they get it from. Yeah, it's all heathens, Carmen. But when you call it all heathens, you don't make no money. And the very stones of our graves respond to the shout of the wing. This Cygnus flare, the comet that Tanhawk was talking about, even the stones of the earth. And what did it say? What did Jesus say? Even the rocks will cry out. Stole it. The rocks are crying out, but it ain't a tune that Jesus would want to hear if he was real, but it's hard to hear if you weren't real and you don't have ears. The swan's call is our victory, and it's their end. You know, you've always said, Jeff, you never give us anything. You just tell us how bad it is. Here's some things for you right here. Now let's talk about the harp's tuning before we get the hell out of here. As of April 23rd, 2026, the C/2025R3 Pan-STARRS, it was exactly between the sun and the earth. You know, Charlie Kirk, parodied by Candace, Shabbat Shalom, Daddy's home. Well, baby, Daddy is home. Daddy is home. I don't take no baths, Marnie. You know, Saralene, I've thought about that. Please send me an email. If you don't remember my email, send it to me, because just about every damn one of these things I do can be a book. But I don't know if anybody will buy it. But I'm totally down for that. I've been thinking about that. You know, in sports, there's a saying, it's all over but the shouting. It's over. We've won. We've won. And it's already more than halfway there. More than halfway here. Send me an email, Saralena. You remember my email? Who's your daddy, baby? We're the daddy. And we're coming here to spank some of you and pat some of you on the head. This is rare. This is symmetrical. And this comet hasn't been in our solar system for 170,000 years, which is an 8. And if you know anything about anything, you know what the 8 is representing. The tail points at the Earth. That tail's a plasma string, tens of millions of miles long. So here's another, I know I keep saying it, but this Abrahamic flat Earth theology is killing you. We don't know what the earth looks like yet. Well, guess what, Smoochie? In life, somebody wins and somebody loses. And the problem with our people is we've been too damn nice to too damn many for too damn long. It's time for some winning. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of losing. I'm tired of being, nice guys do finish last eventually. Nice don't work. After we kick their ass, we'll be nice to them. We'll let them, well, I'm not even going to go there. It's filled with charged particles interacting with Earth's magnetosphere. If you're going to rid a planet of a virus, you got to get rid of the protection around that planet, don't you? Yes, the magnetosphere is failing. And that's good. Good for the winners, bad for the losers. It's causing. Yes, I am. Saralina, that's more work, but it's a good idea. I thought about that too. It's causing geomagnetic pulsations. Yes, there's a lot of earthquakes. There's a lot of geographical shit going on. Better to ask forgiveness than permission, right, Dagger? That works in a lot of things. And the reason why all that's happening is because the Earth's magnetic field is being plucked like strings of a harp. The Earth is out of tune, and the swan is getting it back in tune. Man, this is deep. This is definitely a book. And there's the swan. It's a comet, just like Tan Hawk was talking about. It's a comet. And it's real. It ain't fake. It ain't gay. And if your best argument is that it's fake and gay, I mean, come on. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm not here to talk about that. There's the swan. Am I done? Damn, I didn't want to be done. Oh, good, I'm not done. The spiritual significance of this moment is impacting Earth's harmonic grid. It's activating frequencies. It's changing things. And our Tua prophecy says that before this cycle ends, before winter ends and spring begins, there has to be a handshake between the sky and the earth. Oh, you think that's, woo-woo. But we understand from physics that resonance energy transfers between two objects without any physical contact. You ever have tuning forks? You sit them next to each other, you ping one, the other one will do it. That's some deep resonance. And the comet, we'll call it Tan Hawk's Comet, it is absolutely, literally enabling the Earth to shake hands with the swan across 30,000 light years. There's your Trinity 3. The harp's tuning is the handshake. And it's ensuring that our people, my people, I'm getting a little ethnocentric, it's creating our stable energetic landing place. As we return to the stone frequencies from the road of souls, these are the real souls under the altars. Like in Revelation, stole it again. This is deep. Literally deep. So what does this mean for us? It's transformational. Even harp might be good, see, Noble? Even harp might be good. I haven't thought about that. It's awakening our genetic memories. It's a sonic key that's unlocking the ancestral memories stored in our DNA. And if you get outside that Abrahamic matrix, it'll happen like that. It's helping us remember our ancient wisdom. It's helping us remember the shining ones. And Jesus even pretends he's a shining one. Stole it. Jeff, how can you be okay when all this is happening? Well, because that stabilizes your nervous system. My biofield's been literally recalibrated. This is why I know it's going to be good. Cynthia sometimes gets irritated with me. I know it's going to be good, despite how bad it is. Jeff, how can you say this world's going to be better than it's ever been, sooner than even we can imagine? Because I'm hearing it. And you can too. And this is how your perception gets shifted. This is how you see beyond the fear, the doom, and the gloom. Because you begin to realize the world's not just physical matter, but it's a living, breathing tapestry of light and frequency. And guess what? So are you. This is a powerful celestial vibration. If you think space is fake and gay, you'll never get it. And I can't help you anymore, probably. It really hurts me, but I'm done. I'm just done. I'm just done. It's awakening these soul deep frequencies, these thetan deep frequencies. It's helping us remember. It's helping us find that place of peace where we can hear it. These two cosmic cycles have returned at this very moment. Magic melding with science to allow us to step into the real great work. One day soon, very, very soon, y'all gonna know Jeff wasn't crazy. Well, maybe in a good way. Because you're going to find out what happens when the two will come back. This is the real second coming. The second coming is real. This is it. We're coming back for the first time since Genesis 1:1. We're coming back. That's really good news for some people and really bad news for other people. And it's up to you. So if you can peel away about 10,000 years of layers away from our society, you'll find a time when we all followed our own ways and left each other the hell alone. There might have been 1 million people alive then. And here's a little tip. They weren't all white. Some of them were even Jews, Sarah Lena, the Jews. We don't know that. I'm just being funny. But here's one thing we do know. They were all heathen. There wasn't no Abrahamic curse yet on the planet. Because even as Rabbi Laitman tells you, and don't worry, I'm not going to play it again. Rabbi Laitman told us they invaded this world. We're about to send their asses packing. And we're going to chase them till they're completely out of our galaxy. I think that he who shall not be named has closed off their portals. They got nowhere to run. We will hunt them down. Just saying. What do we have to do? Return back to the land. Remember that we got more here on our side than just humans. Everything has a spirit. We got to get back to the place where when you were rich, you know how you knew you were rich? Because you could give away stuff to your people. That's when you knew you were rich. We cared for our children's children rather than spending it all on ourselves, on silliness. And we use songs and stories, which Jesus also stole. If he were real, he would have stole it. And it's a living archive of who we are and what we know. And when we lost that, that's when we lost our hope and started getting fear. But the book of invasions, yeah, we have a book of invasions. Ain't always pretty. We're poet warriors at our heart. We want to bring esoteric lore to you. We want to bring art to you. That's why we came here in the first place. But if you are going to insist on domineering other people, then we're going to have to give up the poet for a second and become warriors. I've accepted the whisperings of my ancestors. I've started listening to them, and they're pretty smart. They've been there and done that. I'm learning from what they've shown me and what they continue to show me. And it's much more than a book. They're way markers on the long lost map of our ways. And they define the spiritual and the practical infrastructure of an ancient, divine, sovereign, and free people, my people. And unless you're an Abrahamic, your people too. What kind of a religion says, if you don't agree with us, you got to burn forever? Jeff, what do you mean by the spark of divinity? It's what my people have been talking about forever. Is it the Geist, Marnie? And they've even perverted altar. What's the altar? That's where you come to do a sacrifice. They tell you to put yourself as a living sacrifice on the altar. Well, the altar is the star roads. I know you flat earthers have a problem with that, but the altar is really the star roads, the other world. I'm not going to try to pronounce that one. Thank you, Sarah Lena. That's the most important. TK, thank you. Welcome home. We got to learn to read Gesh, the Gesh, the altar, the Dinsentius. I was going to look these up. I ran out of time. We've got to learn to read the sacred laws of the land. You know, our American Indian folks can be of assistance there. And we got to get this one too. Fate Fuate, I don't know. I know there's no T's. Fie, Fue, I don't know what it is. It's fate's threads. Kenning means knowing, understanding that it's all interlaced and interwoven. It's another reason why we need all heathens to become optimized. Because you know that the white race, this is going to make some people mad, the white race can't be at its best until the black, brown, red, yellow race are also at their best. Because it's not until they're at their best that we won't leave each other the hell alone and just let each other be. Until you can create your best, you'll always want somebody else's stuff. And when you've created your best, you don't want nobody else's stuff. And then we have to remember our inspiration, our songs. And when we do this, we literally get a map. Marnie can tell us how to pronounce that. We get a map of ancestral lore, which shows us how to win. But more importantly, it shows us how to win, and we help everybody else win. You know, I used to say, nobody's free till we're all free. Nobody wins till we all win. That's deep. I don't know if this landed for you yet or not. I wish I knew everything, but I don't. I'm just like you are. I'm flying without a net. But all of us are heading out into the snowstorm, leaving the fire, not really knowing where we're going to go, but somehow knowing we're going to get there. And if you want to know how to get to, I'm in Missouri. If I want to know how to get to Florida, it really helps to talk to somebody that's been there before me. In fact, you could wander a long time. Those damn Abrahamics supposedly wandered 40 years in the desert on a journey that should have taken days. They didn't know where the hell they were going. They still don't. But they've convinced you they do. Come on. Come on. Follow the map. You'll get to Florida a lot quicker. We already found the map. I've been in Kansas and Missouri, Saralina, the whole time. For the last 8 years, anyway. Florida to Missouri. When I was with you, I was in Kansas. We moved right across the state line. The Tua gave the map. We shared it with everybody. What, you thought pyramids everywhere, same architecture everywhere, same technology? You thought that was a fluke? No, we did that. We shared that with you. Because that's what we do. We bring our high culture, our high technology, our high spirituality. We bring it to everybody. That's the way we are. Yeah, we're too nice to too many for too long, but that's over. If you're trying to get to a place, and if you're here, you're trying to get to a place. LA Goforth, great to see you. We know the way. But there's more than one way to get there. We can show you the destination, but you will walk your own path to get there. I mentioned this too much, but my daughter, I'll just say it. My daughter adopted 2 crack babies, little black girls. Do they have a way better life than they would have? Abso-damn-lutely. I just saw them, happy, beautiful girls. But still, there's a part of me that's sad because as wonderful as my daughter is, she's white. And she can't help those black girls find their ultimate destination, and she's Christianing them up, which is way better than where they would be. You understand what I'm saying, but it's not optimization. Maybe they'll find their way, or maybe they'll listen to this someday and hate their grandfather. I don't know, but do you care to look? Do you care to see? If you do, we got something for you. If you can't, well, we can't help you. But if you start following the ways, if you start moving with the flow instead of outsourcing it, it's a whole lot easier. Dead Wolf, if I mentioned every place I lived in, I'd sound like that Johnny Cash song. Omaha, you know that one. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. I think it was Johnny Cash. No, he did the one about the Cadillac. I got it one piece at a time, and it didn't cost me a dime. It was a 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70 automobile. Same thing. We've mapped the way. It's a word I can't pronounce, but Marnie can. San Ku Niu Ler Sha Lu Li Tuna Duaha De Danun. If you want to know the way, just ask us. We'll be glad to tell you. But you got to listen to your inboard spark, your own soul spark, not mine, yours. You got to read the earth memory, tune into the plants, the animals. They talk. Cynthia talks to crows all the time. They haven't started talking back yet, but they will. You got to know fate's threads. It's all interwoven. It's okay. It's winter. Spring's coming. It's just the way it goes. You got to learn to sing life truly. Deep cosmic truth, vital force of life. Speak it and sing it to the exact truth of the moment you face. And come to the altar, not their altar, but the real altar. The way of beyond. The stars. Get out of that Abrahamic matrix. It's celestial. It's multidimensional. That's the way home. And if you're listening to the sound of my voice tonight, you've either left the Abrahamic matrix or you're thinking about it. And we need you more than ever before. You're seeing this. You're understanding how these ways help us understand the story and its end. But there's also magic involved. Magic with a K, quantum ability, moving beyond this matrix. Be your own shining star. Because each one of you, like each waymarker, has its own power, its own magical ability. And this doesn't just point to the past. The past is an illusion. Past, present, future is now. And the best part is you don't have to become Marnie. You don't have to understand it all. There's no test. You can do this right now. Don't have to be superhuman. Don't have to study for decades. You don't need 200,000 hours of study like I have to learn these abilities. One day you'll be able to walk star roads, if you believe in stars, because they're real. They're not fake and gay. Have I hit that enough times? It'd be great to read the Earth's memory, and you will. But you're already aligning with the ways brought by the Tua that led to the ways of your people. Just by engaging with these ideas, just by listening to this crazy ex-Pentecostal preacher turn heathen. We already covered this, how the tuning forks will vibrate even when they're not physically touching. Just by being here, that feeling you got right now, Sarah-Lene has talked about it several times, that's a quantum leap. You're already shifting. You're already matching it. And when you get back in contact with your ancestral lore, when you awaken it, when you become aware of your bloodline, it'll give you the courage to leave the fire, step into the blizzard, knowing that it's going to be okay because you are the fire. You take it with you. And cold plunging really helps. Has this resonated with you? If it has, I'd love to hear your thoughts. All your questions are welcome unless they're rude or uninteresting. Please share with the people that came to your mind. Thank you. And whether you're white, black, brown, red, yellow, and even if you follow that Jesus fellow, I honor your path. I don't want you to be on the wrong one, but I honor your right to be wrong. But the time will come where you're going to have to reap what you've sown.
Major famous politicians throughout history, kings, queens, many great scientists have all been secretly practicing various forms of magical ritual and invoking and summoning the spirits of stars and planets into a magical temple. Say, for example, Queen Elizabeth II, who is the grand patroness of World International Freemasonry, or, you know, her ancestors, such as Queen Elizabeth I, who employed magicians such as John Dee.
It's real, it's powerful, and they've stolen it from us. So take this for what it is and hear the truth that's mixed with the nonsense.
It sounds weird. It sounds crazy. Many people cast magical ritual out of hand as being unscientific. But the greatest scientific minds of recent generations, such as Sir Isaac Newton, took magic very, very seriously. In actual fact, magic is the root of all modern science. Now, there was a book published in the 1800s called The Celestial Intelligencer, and that is a sort of form of a grimoire. Grimoire is a magical textbook, and there are many grimoires, and many of them have their roots in Kabbalistic and pre-Kabbalistic traditions of magic from ancient Israel and Palestine.
We're pre-Kabbalistic. Jack Parsons had a lot going on until he got off the path. So just because some people have really messed up magic doesn't mean magic is all bad. Have you ever been to a restaurant and had a bad meal? Are you still eating? Come on. Let's think a little bit.
I'm not sure that we're supposed to be able to see what I'm about to show you.
Oh, let's see it.
Here's our globe, by the way.
Yeah.
Why is it that North Korea has so many blue roofs? And I'm talking on strategic, important buildings, too. Not every home, but factories, hangars. I'm talking government buildings.
What if it's the only color they have?
Now, I'm not saying anything about the color blue, but did you know the color blue, all color has a different frequency, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what the frequency of the color true blue, like the bluest blue, like when the sky is that blue, you know the blue I'm talking about? The frequency of that color is 666 hertz.
Boom. A good number.
Did you know that?
No.
Terahertz. 666. Now, you do know, on a totally unrelated note, that laser beams, depending on the color of the thing they're lasering, can and can't destroy it based on its color. That's totally unrelated. I'm just saying.
No.
Did you know that?
What?
Now, you saw the video out of Maui. You saw the videos out of Northern California. You saw the blue stuff laying around. Coincidence?
I mean...
And side note, you know how during the lockdown, like every country did it, right? Do you think that's indicative of global convergence of power and control? Like I'm talking, if every country, it's like the Antarctic Treaty. Every country signed it, despite being competing with each other and it appearing like we're separate entities to these other countries. They all agree on Antarctica. They all agree to lock down and mandate certain things. And you don't think there's a hidden hand that's controlling them all at the very top? The Bank of Central Banks in Basel, Switzerland, which has its own police force, its own laws. It's its own country.
Oh, hell.
You don't think something strange is going on?
And you know what just struck me? The earth is blue, isn't it? The earth is blue, isn't it?
This is the coming great deception. This will change everything because.
Okay, this guy is a coward. Even when I was a Christian, I asked him to debate and discuss many times.
This is the coming great deception.
This is L.A. Marzulli, the coward L.A. Marzulli. But I want to close with something he says here to give us a perspective on exactly where we're at today.
This is the coming great deception. This will change everything because when they show up, they will tell us we seeded all life on this planet. We genetically manipulated early man. We started the world's civilizations. We started the world's religions. Now at this critical juncture,
because we did.
Nuke going off. And what's going on in Iran right now? Tony, I mean, anything's possible. These guys are like a tiger back into a corner. Do they have nukes? We've heard they have no nukes. We've heard they have 11 nukes. We've heard they have 8 nukes, but there's no delivery system. We don't know what the truth is. Nobody does. All it takes is one nuke going off, and this sets up the greatest climate of fear that humanity has ever experienced collectively.
No, Christianity's already done that.
Because we're all linked together with the internet, right? And satellites all around us. That's when they show up. That's conjecture. That's the final rung. Pray to God we don't have that scenario. But what happens if
you can pray in one hand and shit in the other, and we're still going to show up?
78th year of the Roswell event, July 8th. What if Trump stands up and goes, we're not alone in the universe? Bam, game changer. Where's the church? Will the men please come forward and receive the morning offering? We're like, 30 years behind. It's very sad.
Yeah, I mean, the church, I 100% agree that there's a lot of churches that are not ready to deal with this. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One of them is that we have really devoided ourselves from any kind of supernatural understanding.
Completely.
It's just
sanitized.
Yeah. And so when you wipe that from your theology, your teachings, actually handing that down to the people attending your church and stuff, when this happens and this information comes out and they say, we're not alone anymore.
This is us coming back, and then we're already seeing the signs.
The universe. As a Christian, your response should be, no duh. like scriptures shows that when they talk about NHI.
And rabbis already told you that there's non-human intelligences, and they came and invaded.
And these Christians.
And you dummies followed them.
That are going to be confused. They're like, oh, what would we do with this NHI thing? No, duh. Scripture talks about that. But without the proper framework, it's going to lead to a lot of confusion. And I think that there's people like you and maybe even myself with our platforms that hopefully can serve as a landing spot for education, I suppose, like understanding, that, listen, I'm definitely not like a thief.
If these two are the blind that are leading the blind, the good news is they're going to wind up in a ditch. And maybe we'll just throw some dirt on them.
Theologian on here telling you exactly how all the Hebrew and Greek breaks down.
Yeah, and that's not what we're supposed to be doing.
No, it's not my calling.
Did you hear that? We're not supposed to be telling you how the Greek and Hebrew breaks down. Do you know what the Bible's written in? Greek and Hebrew. Oh, but we're not supposed to be breaking that down. No, because if you break it down, then everybody knows you're broke down. Do you hear these two? Do you hear these two?
But, what I've done is I've documented that there's a lot of strange things that people have been experiencing for a very long time. If you can come to understand that, you're going to start having a framework for this.
So let's close with this. 2 Thessalonians 2:3. Are you ready? Forget this is in the Bible. If you were just reading this, who fits this description. There's only one person that fits this description in all of religious lore. From the time that religion first showed up in the anthropological record, which is about 50,000 years ago, till today, David, it wasn't supposed to be a debate with that stupid David Vos. He tried to turn it into one. I was too nice. But anyway, who does this describe? Let no one deceive you in any way, my heathen friends. For it will not come, the end will not come until a rebellion occurs. And a man of lawlessness, the son of destruction, is revealed. How do you know who this son of destruction is? Because he opposes and exalts himself above every god or object of worship. There's only one. And he will seat himself in the temple of God, proclaiming to be God. And if you look at this is the definite article, to be the only God. There's only one entity in all of human history, only one entity in all of spiritual history that ever said, I'm the only God. Every other God is bad, and I'm the only good one. There's only been one. Name that person. Name that entity. It starts with G and ends with Zus. Jesus. Remember David Wilcock said they have to show you? They showed you. Are you smart enough to see it?
We live in a reality with many different realities.
This really is it.
People live very different realities, but we have different frequencies. So you'll find the people that are in the same frequency field as you and feel comfortable in that frequency. There's sleep people, you've got maybe the political people, the awake people, but there's different sections of awakening as well. So you'll go through the awakening down lots of rabbit holes, and then you'll find that actually all the answers within, and it's finding out, how do I gain those answers within? But what's going to take place, that I see taking place, is that compartmentalization is a reflection of the compartmentalization that we have in our minds. And what's taking place is that people are healing. So the mental mind and the heart, the energy of us, there will be one reality where we're working with one reality. So there's an evolution that's taking place, and that evolution means that everybody's going to be on the same page, that life is about oneself, learning about oneself, evolving, not evolving through understanding the reality around you, understanding the reality that is going on within you, because your reality, your energies is what creates your reality. So understanding yourself is the only way you will evolve.
And she's right. There's going to be one reality, because there really only is one reality. There's only one reality. And the question now, that's Becky. She's been on the deprogram before. I reached out to her, but I'm a little radioactive now. So I don't know if she'd want to come back or not, but she's certainly welcome. And she seems to be a lovely person. I never met her. She's over in Europe somewhere. We're at this place, folks, where winter's ending, the reset's coming, and all these false realities are going to go away. And it's either going to be the Abrahamics reality. I'm trying, Dagger, I'm trying. Y'all email her, go on her channel, say, Jeff wants you on. And either their reality or your reality is about to win. There's really only one reality. And you're the only one that can decide which one you live in. I think I might have one more, but that's it.
Apparently, former head over at OpenAI has come out and said that they have built two, working on a third, location where they're actually opening up portals and summoning. He used the word summoning aliens through portals with AI.
I'd like to see his receipts on this, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Let's just get to what he's saying, that there's somebody's trying to open some portals to bring some people back in. This underlines my belief that he who shall not be named has closed their portals and they can't get away. So they're busy trying to get some new portals opened. I don't think OpenAI is doing it, but be that as it may.
OpenAI. That is something that he said that OpenAI themselves are doing, not somebody with using AI. He's saying OpenAI, the company themselves, have, I think one was in the US. I forget where the other one was.
And I know this is one of my hobby horses, but here's a guy that's supposed to be talking about the reality and supposed to be enlightening us. And he's wearing a Philadelphia 76ers hat. If you can't figure out what sports is and what it's doing to the world, then you got no business on YouTube flapping your gums.
But in the Middle East, they're building a third one. So what's that about, right?
What kind in the Middle East? Yeah, like in Babylon.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Ancient temples and stuff.
And then, all of a sudden, you have aliens are stopping the war, and Bledsoe's prophecies coming true.
Oh yeah. No, so the lady that I think is so interesting is Amy Eskridge. So she was like the most recently added scientist to the list. What makes Amy just like,
and I'm pretty sure they're talking about that list. I don't think it's pure evil, Dagger. I don't think it's pure evil. It's a tool. And you can use a tool for good or you can use it for evil, in my opinion. Sports is the bread and circuses of modern America. So she was recently added to this list, which makes me wonder. Is this another inversion and another projection? I'll finish my thought after he gets finished.
So crazy is, well, number one, she was officially ruled her death as a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Several factors have contributed in the ongoing public debate and intense scrutiny surrounding the case. In interviews and podcasts recorded prior to her death, notably in 2020 and 2021, Eskridge alleged she and her team were being subjugated to harassment and psychological warfare intended to stop her work on anti-gravity and exotic physics at the Institute of Exotic Science. So she founded the Institute of Exotic Science with her dad, who was also a former Marshall Labs NASA space engineer. What kind of got me to go here, they recently added her to the list, but she has this whole confession of basically if something happens to me, I didn't do it to myself.
Can I get totally crazy with you right now? You know, we've all thought, oh, all of these scientists are getting killed. That's a terrible thing. This is just a what if. And this is just for entertainment purposes. Just for entertainment purposes. What if, and you notice it was NASA, you noticed it was the military industrial complex that these people apparently seem to be connected to. And they're all dying because, in this guy's estimation, I have no idea who these are. I think that was the Jughead that was interviewing the other Jughead, Marzulli. What if they're trying to bring anti-grav technology? We already had that technology. It was already perfected by 1946. So what if they're opening these portals because he who shall not be named has already closed them all. They're trying to open new portals to let these aliens escape or bring more aliens in of the Abrahamic variety. And what if, and this is just a what if these scientists are being taken out because they're involved in trying to create new portals for the aliens to get back in or to get the hell out before we run them all down? What if not only are they being put on this list because they're trying to bring in reinforcements, and they're trying to reverse engineer the technology we already had, and it might help create a broader conflict. What if it's an inversion? And I'm just asking. See, again, that's seeing the good even in the bad. Because, you know, if you're fighting an enemy that wants to kill you all, it's not that has been killing you forever. Sooner or later, you stop being too nice to too many for too long. Just something to think about. Just something to think about. I'm going to try to stop sharing this and see if I come back. I did not come back, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Let me see if I can trick it. Nah, it won't work. It won't work. So that's all I got for tonight. I was going to open the phone lines, but it's already been a really long night, right? It's already been a really long night. Oh, come on. So I think I'll just leave you with that. I was trying to get this at least to something that you could look at. That'd be more pleasing than a blank page. How's that? Just things to think about, because I've never been, and I'm not going to start being, I'm not going to start being the person that tells you what to think. I'm just the person that tries to get you to think. That's why I'm the Christian whistleblower. I'm just the mailman. I should take Saralina's comment off the screen. I'm just the Christian whistleblower. I'm just the mailman. Just trying to get you to consider that you might not have original sin, but you might have the spark of the divine within. And that you have another choice besides just going on bended knee. You have the choice to be sovereign. And you don't have to be a slave. And by the way, in the New Testament, every time it says servant of Jesus, it means slave. Doulos is the word. You have the right to be free. And if you're listening to the sound of my voice, you are one of the last you're one of the last generation of real humans. And this world is going to be better than it's ever been. Mainly because we're realizing who we are. You're realizing who you are. It's winter, but spring's coming. Reality's coming. And I want to leave you with a little hope and a little promise. Because even the kosher disclosure says that the wealth of the wicked ones is laid up for the righteous ones. And if we look at all the things that are wicked, killing people, destroying cultures, insisting that you believe their way or you got to burn forever in the lake of fire, or a worldview that says every person should be left the hell alone to worship as they see fit and to leave each other the hell alone to do it. That's the good that comes from something bad. And the good always comes back better than ever. Thank you, Deborah. But you also have a reward that's coming your way. And this little song tells you about it. That's all I got for tonight. I'll be back on Sunday with, where's my song? I'll be back on Sunday with, where is it? There it is. With more. We're going to talk about Jesus and Moloch, the part they never told you about. Until then, I'm Jeffrey Daugherty, the Christian whistleblower, saluting you for being here seeking after truth. I love you very much. I really do. And this is what's in store for you.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution!